и даже не очень нет статистики на этот счет, да, и это то, что требует действительно исследования и изучения, да, и ну вот науки в физтехе не было, да, потому что она была на базовых кафедрах, на базовых кафедрах, которые базировались в институте, да. Ну вот, да, она была на базовых кафедрах, которые базировались в институтах. Описать это так, что, наверное, можно сказать, исходя из этого, что
по психологии и восприятию произведений искусства.
And perception of works of art. I'm very happy to introduce to you my colleagues, friend and partner, Vasily Ryzhov, Doctor of Psychology. You may welcome him. I'm very happy that our colleagues have connected. Everything's fine. We have translation. And now we'll start our work, probably in a more compressed mode. Let us follow the time limits. We have 12 minutes for presentation with question and answers up to 15 minutes. I have a question. Evgeny Sokolov, is he connected or not? If not, then we'll have somebody else and I will call Sokolov. Okay, Vladislav Borisovich, are you with us? Please turn on your microphone. In Zoom, you must press it. Can you hear me? Vladislav Borisovich. Well, the translators can hear. Vladislav Borisovich, Vladislav Borisovich, what about your sound? 1, 2, 3. Translators can hear. Okay, okay.
Да, давайте сделаем так. Владислав Борисович, я вам сейчас пришлю контакт нашего коллеги технического, если вы меня слышите. Да? Вот, одну секундочку. Я сейчас присылаю вам контакт нашего коллеги. Так, просмотр контакта. Поделиться. Малышев.
Так, теперь слышно?
Владислав Борисович, если вы нас слышите, то я прислал вам контакт человека, с которым можете связаться. Да? Вот. Да. И далее, соответственно, пробуем еще.
Let us try again.
Так, вот у нас, я вижу, подключился Владислав Борисович с другого какого-то аккаунта.
Так точно.
Yes, yes.
Это точно не у нас проблема? Давайте. Давайте сейчас. У нас работает. Ну, переводчики слышат хорошо. Это уж. Вы сейчас включили, что вы говорите, что у вас должен быть такое ру, там должен быть глобусик на зуме, и, соответственно, должна быть русская штучка, да, как бы русский флажок.
Включаю.
Вот, так, вот сейчас что-то было слышно, а сейчас опять перестало.
Now we have heard something. Technical problems.
Начало быть слышно. Раз. Вот сейчас вас слышно и очень хорошо. Видимо,
now we can hear you well.
Англоязычная дорожка.
Now I have taken another computer, so I believe we solved the problem. Great. Oh, well, we are happy that it was not our problem. Let us start with you. And now our panel is the psychology of perception of works of art. You have 12 minutes time and 3 minutes for question and answers. Vladislav Malyshev is our first speaker, Doctor of Philosophy, Professor of Samara Chair of Philosophy and Psychology. Living time of the Russian culture. You may welcome our first speaker. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I have my presentation on screen. Can you see it? Now?
Смотрите, да, то есть сейчас в данном случае включена презентация нами сейчас. А ваша презентация...
We have turned on the presentation. Tell us to shift the slides and we'll do it. Dear colleagues, dear guests and friends, I offer for your attention a presentation, Living Time of the Russian Culture. Next slide, please. Living in that time. The topic of my presentation has been prompted by the existence of the present digital civilization. Today at the plenary session, a lot was said about that. And this sticking to electronic communication network and that emptiness of mechanical time, or we have another choice to live in accordance with the living time of nature. But given the urban way of life, this is hardly possible. Living time, to my mind, is one of the most precious things that is lost by humans, owing to electronic content filled with quants of that time, because that time is, first of all, consistent of quants, it's discrete. Living time we may find in nature and culture. By way of some introduction, I'm giving the poem, a line from Bloch's poem. Poetry is very important for us. This is a kind of sum total of creative perception, which reveals quite fully this creative perception of the world, involvement in the play of the universal natural forces, which is very characteristic for the Russian culture. And I feel that I will not have enough time to talk about all of this. I will say a few words about methodology. First of all, if we plunge into the space of the Russian culture, then we need a meta language, meta position for the perception of culture. Specifically, we may take, for instance, the concept of the picture of the world of Martin Heidegger, and also to pay attention to the opposition East and West. But this is not enough. In addition to that, we must also look closer to already known outline, those facts of the Russian culture, which are familiar to us from the childhood. And this excursion into the unknown, this feeling not of the deja vu of something that we have already seen, but something which we have never seen. And the Russian culture, in that sense, is very productive field because we have this depth of the space, imaginary space. And in addition, I would also talk about the combination of different perspectives, not just the position, but the parallax vision, the so-called. This is an extended understanding of this method, two different perspectives, and we are looking in between them. Some detached perception of reality, the world as a metaphysical phase of the clock. This is this setting in the Western culture, which fixes the world in a very static way. And this digital measurement of time by the clocks is one of the most important inventions of the Western culture. And would be a Roman Pope has invented it. And Bulgakov had made allusions to that figure in his Master and Marguerite. And Voland is interested in that person to whom he ascribes the invention of mechanical clock, first the tower clock, and then floor clock, grandfather's clock, wall clock. And this is one of the most important attributes of our time. It serves the dead time, according to some opinion. This is mechanical time. And this time is symbolized by the ticking of those mechanical gears. And this clock face, this is my favorite metaphor. And in contrast with this, what is the difference of living time from the dead time? First, I give a quotation from Tuchus, when in the range of deadly chaos and so on. I am not quoting at all. We have the lines which I have underlined. The past would embrace us, and sometimes a warm wind would blow, and it will give us the breath of spring. This movement from autumn to spring is very important. I'm going to talk more about that. In addition, in understanding this time, the living movement of natural elements, the movement of water, the breath of the wind, and here we have the metaphor of the wind. In Pushkin's fairy tales about the dead princess, and Tuch's What Are You Howling About? Wind, Oh Wind, Wind from the poem 12 by Bloch. Those key symbols of the living time are characteristic for the initial perception of the world when we are open to the starry sky. And here I look at this idea of organical perception of life as a river. From Heraclitus' understanding, where should we go from Pushkin? And further on, it is all reduced to the fact that if we remove those shores of perception and we get into the living space of time, we remember Cronus. And then later on, we remember about Uranus time when the world has been freshly created. This reversed time reversed to the past. In this kind verse by Voloshin, when time is overthrown in eternal fall, that was written in the Golden Age. Mythological golden age of Greek mythology, and it's very characteristic also for Pushkin's poetry. The state of autumn is a very complicated balance of certain forces of nature. And here we have a feeling, what I call the creative aptness. Creative aptness is a productive balance of natural forces, which refers us to initial state of nature, purple and gold, royal attributes, and constant movement from autumn to spring. Unfortunately, I cannot open the page. The abyss is one of the key metaphors of nature. We meet it in the poetry of Lomonosov, Державин, Tuchin. But the abyss is not chthonic. We have here Uranus symbol, the symbol of the night sky, when the abyss has opened full of stars. And for some reason in this presentation, the line was lost. Here, I see it very slow speed, but I will not stop for a long time on this because probably all of you know this poem. It's quite popular. And later on, when we perceive an abyss, this is the time of Cronus, but Cronus time is not necessarily something negative. And Державин refers to Cronus time, refers to eternity. And let us move on. And the key symbol, which is also very important for the perception of the time, goggles, bird troika, this movement, this rushing through the torn air, the movement of air as an element of nature, because it would not be productive to make this image very dense, because if we perform an experiment, then most likely this is the art of expanding one's own mind. This ordered balances are on the verge of past and future, and it will be filled with glory, with joy of living, and a special pleasure. And moving on, related to what I have mentioned, important features of the Russian culture, there are lots. I am listing here transcendence, religious tolerance, the kinship of everything with everything, connectivity of the world, this feeling of equality of being. As Mamardashvili said, we are in the middle of being, which is lighted with twinkling flashes of living time. This metaphor of flicker as a measure of light bears both ontics and optics of dimensionality of time. And this flickering, those rosy cheeks mentioned by Pushkin, this quiet beauty, still beauty, humble shining, refers us to the perception of being in the image of a living time. And this is another illustration of this two-sided flicker in a well-known Fats poem, a whisper, a timid breath, as the flickering water, intakes of air and exhaling, and it is direct semantics of twinkling light in some understatement and from some freshness or primordial nature of being from the time of Cronus, when humanity was young. Another presumption, which is also related to the living time, the image of creative emptiness. Brodsky tells about that in his When It's Christmas, Where All of Us, Maggie, emptiness. But the mere thought of that brings forth lights. And this emptiness, the emptiness of perception of the world by Russian is quite different from the semantics of the clock, the metaphysical face of the clock, quantum time. This emptiness is rather fullness. It is filled with meaning. And another aspect of that time is that this is an alchemical time, the time of constant transformation. I give this image from the image of Ola Misherskaya in Buning's story, Light Breathing. This is the formation of psychosomatics of a young girl, what happens without any effort on her part. Like in Pushkin's poem, she raised and blossomed. And stillness is another very important presumption. From Rozanov, the Russian would outstay any runner. And this fastness of the outside world and the Russian stillness are in contrast. In this way, the movement in the flow of living time, the creative transformation of the Russian culture is opposed to mechanical dead time of the West. Therefore, it is possible to unite the people thinking differently, but being very close in the spirit. And spiritual ideas of East and West go through the heart of a Russian person. Thank you for your attention.
Слышно?
Can you hear me? Thank you, Vladislav Borisovich. Any questions to Vladislav Borisovich? You are welcome. Good afternoon. Thanks a lot. And the question. Turn on the microphone, please. Can you hear me? Can you tell me if the past and the future, is there a past and the future of the living time? Thank you for your question. To my mind, most important if we are talking about measuring time, past, present, and future is the classical pattern of measuring time, but it's presented differently in different cultures. Future is the general human concept. If we look at some aspects of the ontological being into the human and unhuman, inhuman, we may see that the future belongs to humans, the past, what I referred to, the past, very long ago past, reference to this past, the past state of the golden age, conventionally speaking. Very interestedly, in the Russian poetry, it is mentioned that it is a silver age or golden age, and those figures of Greek mythology are present. Let us say that the future dimension is characterized by this human to human dimension, and the past refers to a widest outside of human reality perception of being. That's my understanding. I probably have more questions, but maybe we do not have time for more questions. Well, in that case, a question about the future, I do not quite understand why you have this anthropomorphic understanding of the future, because the future, within the framework of what you're talking about, maybe something about which we will not know anything, and we will not participate in creation of it. It's true. This topic of transhumanity is present, widely present in academic discourse and philosophical discourse. I do understand you in this sense. And whether living time has future, it's in the fact that if we preserve our humanity, because a human being is a very complicated concept for definition. It may be paradoxical. We know a lot, but the least we know who we are in reality. But I believe that this grain of future is that there will be certain transformation of cultural memory. It would be possible, this transformation. Therefore, if you have in mind that we will exist further mechanically in the space of a dead time, electronic communication, and then this method of communication, method of being will come up with its share of the true reality. So there is a danger of losing it, but there is a remedy against it in the Russian culture. Thank you. I wanted to clarify again, ask from our online audience and the interpreters.
Слышно, Григорий Фаевич, спасибо.
Слышно, спасибо. Слышно. Сейчас вот задавал наш коллега, женщина Татьяна Юдина, вопрос микрофону. Вам было слышно?
Да, спасибо. Да, все хорошо, Григорий Фаевич.
Все хорошо.
Татьяна? Слышно. Все хорошо, спасибо. Продолжаем. Пожалуйста. Ну да, должен быть включен. Поближе к рту.
Интересное очень выступление. У меня вопрос.
It was a very interesting presentation. My question is that these are not the poems by Brodsky or Derzhavin. There is a wonderful, very popular song from the Soviet time. There are words. There is just an instance between past and future, and that's what we are calling life. Is it the living or dead time, in your opinion?
Вячеслав Борисович, подключите, пожалуйста, еще раз микрофон.
It seems we've lost the speaker. Let us wait for him to turn on the mic. Well, in case we cannot hear the answer of the presenter, then probably you yourself will give an answer to your question. Sometimes it's even more interesting than an answer of the speaker. Okay, Vladislav Borisovich, have you heard the question? Maybe we'll repeat it. I could not hear the question. Okay. What was the question? A repetition of the question about instance between past and future. Is it a living or a dead time, in your opinion? Thank you for your wonderful question, because it's true that it's very interesting, because that instant talking about human life, human fate, if we take a wider view of life, in that instance, eternity is revealed to us. Paradoxically, an instant lasts a very negligible period of time, but during that instance, a lot may be revealed. And by all means, this is not even the living, but the vibrant, the most living time. That would be my answer. That's a specific of time. If possible, I will take advantage of my position. I wanted to say a few words about the possible psychological interpretation, because they exist in different directions of time, different people of different typology. Some people are looking into the future. Sometimes they have a certain physical or psychosomatic characteristics. They live with what will happen in the future. The live in real time is ahead. For some other people, it's an instant that they are living through now. And to some other people, the life is in the past, when their physical time gave them advantages, when life was bad, and so on. This is a kind of an answer to your question. Any other questions to Vladislav Borisovich? Okay, we are past the time limit in case there are no more questions. Евгений Георгиевич, are you with us?
Вы меня слышите?
Евгений Георгиевич, вас пока не слышно, хотя я вижу, что вы что-то говорите, но не слышно.
Now I see that you seem to be talking, but we cannot hear you. You can hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Please choose the Russian channel. Out there in the Zoom, there is this globe-like button, and you should press it and choose the Russian channel.
Так.
Настройки.
Нет, пока не слышно. Там нужно нажать вот.
Where is it? There are two channels over there, English and Russian, so you should choose the Russian channel.
Не получается? Вот там в таком глобусике.
There is a globe-like button on a panel. Yes, I have pressed it. No, we cannot hear you. We're trying to show it to you on the screen. Yes, I have pressed it.
Давайте сделаем таким образом. Олег Станиславович, я могу вас попросить
Олег
проконсультировать?
Станиславович, can I ask you to give a piece of advice to our colleague?
Там сложно немножко получается.
It's very difficult to understand what is happening out there. Could you give a technical consultation? Evgeny Georgievich, now I will give your phone number to our colleague and he will help you out. He will give you a consultation. And so far, we pass the floor to our next speaker, Tatiana Plastova. Tatiana Yurievna, the floor is yours.
коллега из откуда. Вот, из
We should also say that she is assistant professor, head of Department of Humanities of the Moscow State Academic Art Institute, named after Surikov.
Да, да, только
Can I
сначала.
have my presentation on?
Да, все, хорошо. Тема моего сообщения
My keynote address is about some very narrow thing typical of cultural studies, interpretation of culture of a certain period of time. But on the other hand, the reason why I asked this question, why there are so many problems appearing over there, the root of it all is in a broader concepts of philosophy, psychology, and the Russian cultural studies also link it with the fact that the recent research of the issue of perception have not been included into our traditional methodology of history and theory of culture. So I would like to start with the conclusions made by the two leading, or even three leading masters, Rudolf Arnhem, Gombrich, and Dolphin. Arnhem was the person who studied methodological foundations of visual perception, and he wrote that the cognizant capabilities of our conscience try to search for order, but while science finds such regularities of order, the art uses these events to demonstrate the order in diversity. In other words, that's harmony. And the visual perception, in words of Arnhem, is very relevant for the problematique of our Congress in general. He thinks that visual perception represents the analog of intellectual perception, and it correlates beautifully with the words of our great writer Anton Chekhov, who argued that literature and other arts are the same wonderful and powerful forces of nature, and we should explain them before they explain everything to us. And it's a very deep philosophical thought which begs lots of interpretations. And there are lots of examples that it is true. Second, basing on empirical research, Arnhem proves that perception is not just a reproduction of an object, it's productive as well. It creates visual models with the help of which this perception takes specific forms and patterns. Modern technology allows us to understand the perception of human mind. Every perception is the creative quality of the artist to create models. They organize the reality into forms and patterns, and human vision is human glance, is penetration into the very essence of things. And the third conclusion I would like to quote is that, and it's a quote from Arnhem, is that historians of culture and historians of art were dissatisfied with the traditional description of art as a linear model of different periods, and every period is separate and can be dated, can be singled out. And as the scientists understand the real complexity of facts and events, they need a new model which envisages all the interconnections, and the boundaries between the styles are not that specific, not that clear. I can give you a simpler example which proves this point. For example, literary styles, which we can understand. For example, Pushkin. Is he a romanticist or Gogol? All these styles, which are very convenient for academic purposes, for writing history of arts, they are very relative, and the borderlines are very diluted. So we're talking about perception. And unfortunately, very often, this visual perception and visual type of thinking, which is open to every person, and every person should be open to these things, but there are certain barriers in the way, and that's cancellation of perception. Sometimes these are very arguable interpretations given by historians and theoreticians of art who create barriers in the way of free and open perception and thinking. And I can give you an example which illustrates the point. That is the art of the Soviet period, which to a great extent was, we may say, discredited or at least under-researched, underappreciated. So where should I press? How does the remote work? Do I use the arrow? That's it. So I will give you names of the artists and I will show you their works. You may not know some of them, but I can assure you those are outstanding artists. And how come that they are not included into the mainstream history of our art? I would argue that happened because the curators and the authors of art history textbooks excluded those artists for some reasons, pretty often for ideological reasons, or due to the fact that we read a work of art from the perspective of a plot. We have a barrier in the way of free perception. And what I'm trying to demonstrate is, as a rule, the freedom of our visual perception can be supported by a traditional historical method, what we have been using in our studies, for example, using biographies of artists. So, Mr. Perelman, one of the founders of the Association of Artists of Revolutionary Russia, which to a certain extent dominated the Soviet art back in 1920s. I cannot say that he is completely forgotten, but he's underappreciated. And this is his piece, Rapkor. And also there is the portrait by Serov, the portrait of Morozov, created in 1910. Why can we compare them? Perelman was one of the students of Korovin, Serov, Kasatkin school. He belonged to the same school of art. And we can understand the internal impulses and the character of this artist. So he wrote that he liked Mr. Korovin very much and he liked his painting and the chiaroscuro and the purple and green and red and lemon lights. Everything was in different shades. And of course, he studied shape, he understood what painting was. And if we look at it from the viewpoint of visual perception, we can see a similar layout, a similar composition, a similar distribution of color, spots, and the contour and the background, although the background is very different, but the interpretation of the background is similar. It's the same method of perception which Perelman studied before the revolution, in the pre-revolutionary period. And there is yet another example. These two works are similar. We can find similarities within the history of the Russian art, and we can find similar examples in modern European art. In this way, we place the work of Perelman within the European context, and we stop talking about the exclusivity of this period, which was linked with political and other peculiarities, but we can speak about it as a piece of art which exists both in synchronous and diachronous contexts within the world culture. So we can see here the picture by Alice Neal, the portrait of Pat Wallen of the same period. Yet another interesting author, Peter Schuchmin, and he was somehow lost for our researchers of art. And here is a revolutionary picture, Order of the Offensive. And the composition is beautiful. You can see the elongated silhouettes and you can see the contrasts, and you can find similarities with the work of Otto Griebel, and they both were created in 1928. So we can see that this method of perception, which can be explained as the main stylistic criteria, and it was similar both in the Soviet Russia and in Europe. Yet another prominent artist, Evgeny Katzman, and he is also quite forgotten. He was also one of the leaders of that art school, Akhr, and he was friends with prominent politicians in the Communist Party, and he taught them how to paint and how to draw. And his picture, Kalyazin Lace Makers, is, of course, a brilliant work of art. And you can see that it somehow corresponds to the American Gothic of Grant Wood, which also correlates in its turn with German primitivists, for example, with Memling. But you can consider my assumptions ungrounded, but I can prove it with the words of one of the Soviet formalists who wrote that the portraits of Katzman, he makes some saints out of them, and they have the facial traits, and the very composition, the very layout is made just like art icons. And even the words of the critic who says icon, iconoclast, they hint at the same things which we can see on the other picture. Yet another artist, no, sorry, that's the same artist, Evgeny Katzman, and Otto Dix, the self-portrait by Otto Dix. And we can see that the layout is the same, the composition is the same, even how they look at us, and the background is very similar. So our visual perception opens up and we can see that they are so similar. David Sternberg with his Old Man, and again Otto Dix, then Sergei Gerasimov with his famous painting collective Farm Festival, which is one of the most brilliant achievements of Soviet Impressionists. In American art, we can see parallels with John Stuart Curry. We can see a similar composition, Baptism in Kansas. So again, the similar way of perceiving reality, the similar way of perception was typical of the artists of that time. So I'm pressed for time. I'll be very fast. Peter Kotov. We can also consider it impressionism or social realism, but you can see parallels in the English art. Dorothy Sharp with her painting Bath Time, Fyodor Antonov, the gesture and the red color, the portrait created in 1933, you can see parallels with Filippo Lippi, Gribel and Nuremberg, Williams and Wood, the same motifs, a car, a road, speed, that was the same leitmotif both for Russia and for the United States. Samuel Adlivankin, a very talented artist of 1920s, 1930s, but completely forgotten. You can see the competition of young aircraft creators, and you can see parallels with the painting of Picasso. And you can see here how people vote for the exclusion of the kulak from the collective farm, and Neuschel, the unemployed, Branson, self-portrait, and Yuri Pimenov, Niski, and Edward Hooper. And quite surprising thing, Alexander Gerasimov, who was a founding father of social realism, and he did a lot of propaganda, but he was a student of Serov and Korovin. He was a Russian traditionalist, and you can see Isaac Levitan to the right and Gerasimov to the left, and the style is the same. Korovin and Gerasimov, again Gerasimov, and it is dated from 1912 to 1950, so it's difficult to say, and it correlates with Monet, Gerasimov again in 1951, and Russian Impressionism, Serov. Again, Gerasimov, 1935, and Stanislav Zhukovsky, 1911. So that is what I wanted to say. I was very fast, but the conclusion is that, and I would like to quote Kombrich, that history of art tried to legitimize itself, and it became a unique method. It came out of history, but found its own subject. and it transforms identity and history, both of individuum and of the nation. And I'm sorry to have been that fast. Thank you. Dear colleagues, do you have one question? We would be happy to deal with one question. Okay, if there are no more questions, I would pass the floor to my co-moderator. Do we have Evgeny Georgievich here?
Evgeny Georgievich, okay. A few words for those speakers who will speak with the help of their computers or telephones. With PCs, the situation is simpler. One of the right hand bottom would be Russian. If you want English, choose English. You should speak into the Russian channel. This is with PC, big Zoom application. Talking about telephone version, the procedure is a little bit longer. If you have a telephone and you have no other means of connecting to our conference, first of all, turn on the sound. I believe that everyone did that using telephone Zoom. If you hear the sound, then push 3 dots, extreme right-hand bottom, and you will see translation. So you select the desired channel. You may choose English, then it will sound in English. If you choose Russian, then the sound will be in Russian. And then we should hear you. Thank you. That's all I wanted to tell you. Thanks a lot. Now, Evgeny Georgievich, have you managed to connect? Yes, now I have connected. Can you hear me?
Вот, я... видите?
О, замечательно.
Wonderful. Now we see and hear you. We are happy to welcome you, Evgeny Sokolov, Doctor of Philosophy, Professor, Head of the Chair of Russian Philosophy in St. Petersburg State University. With his presentation, The Outlaws of Aesthetics. Thank you. Welcome our speaker. Dear colleagues, can you hear me? Yes, thank you. We can hear you. Okay. I'm happy to welcome all of you. For some reason, again, we cannot hear. I have not pushed anything. What?
Евгений Георгиевич, только что у вас был.
Григорий Рафаэльевич, все слышно, Григорий Рафаэльевич.
Well, we can hear you. Yes.
Да, просто мы слышим других людей в Zoom, здесь не слышим. Давайте сделаем так. Раз переводчики слышат, а по трансляции слышно?
Трансляция. Что
там происходит? То есть мы сейчас раздаем звук в Zoom.
Now we are...
Я предлагаю сделать так. Просто спокойно подключиться, если у вас есть наушники по трансляции, но у вас есть такая именно проблема с выводом на колонки в зале, да? И прям подключиться по трансляции.
It's a technical explanation to the people in the audience.
На сайте, да, на сайте проекта. И Евгений Георгиевич продолжит разговаривать, так сказать.
And Evgeny Georgievich will continue.
Квалифицированное меньшинство, и мы подсоединимся по трансляции.
And we will join the translation in Zoom. Please continue.
Меня слышно, коллеги, друзья?
А как
Алло.
Вот сейчас слышно?
Вот слышно или нет?
Да.
Вас слышно.
И слышно, и видно. Да, вот сейчас да.
Хорошо.
Okay. Again, I'm happy to welcome all of you here. I'm very happy to make my presentation here. Because of some technical problems, I will try to remove all excitement and tell you about those points to which I wanted to draw your attention, related to the relationship of aesthetics and perception of the works of art. And I will start with some maxims or presets which I move outside the main text in order to outline those horizons within the framework of which we will place those examples and texts that I will give you. I will start with the obvious. I will remind you what precedes perception in psychology, at least historically, at least by 100 years. Let me remind you that from the very beginning, when the aesthetics was articulated in a space, when it has marked its space, and main blocks and stories, topics, and sections. And in general, it was considered as some instance of a hierarchized structuring, which later was moved to the realm of psychology. And hence, in this case, from all the great people who spoke on those subjects, starting from Hegel and to all future philosophers, this main problem of structuring, ranking, and articulation of the main rules or regulations on the basis of which we could not perform certain expertise of reality, based on which we could identify the reality as an artistic reality or work of art. That is those procedural, processual regulation in general. And I am now based on Hegel's aesthetics in general. By the point of time when we formulated the question about psychology of perception in the 19th century, when we talked about psychology of perception, or even more specifically about some reducing of object, because we are talking about psychological and aesthetic presets or attitudes, which on the one hand determines some network for selection, and in order to let or not let into that space. And on the other hand, other criteria which would push a little bit that anthropological substrate and try to fit it or adjust it. On the one hand, it's clear, creator, audience, communication, controlled information, and manipulation, of course, because structuring of reality is manipulation. And at the same time, particularly it became obvious in the 20th century, there were always precedents which were not simply thrown outside of the space of artistic reality, even bearing in mind that it is eternal and lots of new artifacts are revealed from past and future, and they are processed in a discourse and emotionally, and later on the way to some of the works according to some categories is allowed, and it is moved from everyday reality to museum space. It undergoes certain recoding. I'm not taking the precedents which are very well processed emotionally. Aesthetics may process, in fact, any artifact from the past, present, or future and use it in its own model. I'm drawing your attention to some precedents, which by all means are listed as artistic items, but which can hardly be processed, speculatively processed, be they classical or post-classical model or canons. And let me remind you, or probably not even remind, but draw a comparison, talking about some surplus elements, which in future may all of a sudden draw public attention and create some impulses in order to, in this or that sphere of artistic practices, artistic action, to continue its development. Let me remind you about some things which you all know perfectly well. By all means, in this or that way, these are popular things. You came across them, and they are mentioned in that realm of artistic world. Let me begin with some instances, like, for instance, magnetic fields by Bratton Support. Everyone knows it, everyone wrote about it. This is some very popular on all levels, at a speculative level, popular in all kinds of projects. But Bratton Support was very successful manager, well, world known, but magnetic fields as a text always is listed under the category of literature, surrealistic literature, but no longer how closely you study English language or Russian language literature. By all means, even the briefest reference book would mention this work, and no more than that. In future, after that, literary works by the same Breton, which are much less known and not rarities, Nadia and some other novels, they, of course, are listed in the same category as literature with some difficulty. However, magnetic fields is a mysterious thing. So let me remind you that this text appeared in the 19th and it was marked as, if not literature, then as one of the first central fundamental texts of surrealism, where, as it is well believed, that the main principles were formulated, or some principles, which were actively used in ideology of surrealism. And in the 19th, from 19th to 21st, there was a work which was published as a literature, as a literary work. But I am not going about to talk about references, opinion that it is a strange book and so on, all kinds of epithets about this text. But if we look at this text, talking about in terms of automatic writing, subconscious, it is well known that these are well known actions by Breton automatic writing, and that manifestation is some kind of combination of elements of fiction, and textually it is very well done. The syntaxes and the orthography is perfect. I am moving all that aside. But I wanted to say that traditionally used mechanisms or tools in selecting literary works connected with this section is by thematic, ideological, problematic, artistic, poetic parameters, including the system of images, motives, the point of view of the author, polyphony of the hero, the very structure of the work about comparison, individualization of the speech of the heroes, psychological portraits, psychological movements, all the forms of the genre, to say nothing about stylistic specifics, individual acts of speech and dynamics of movement or the structure of the text itself, the forms, all that, if we try to apply it to this text, it does not work because there is no topic, no idea, no problem. Poetic implementation from one fragment to another differs. Hence, the system of imagery as separate images, it does exist. Of course, they're paradoxical, belonging to the genre of surrealism, paradoxical, incompatible, and so on. Remember an umbrella and the typewriter, a meeting on one table, on one desk of an umbrella and the typewriter. The images are present, even their presence in the same surface, but there is no system of images. It is clear that we cannot say anything about story, no point of view of an author or protagonist, they're absent completely, and even ending with that Christomatic verse or not verse, some kind of poetic revelation of crap, all that is quite impossible. Of course, there were some predecessors which formulated or articulated similar texts. Let me refer you to one very short text, but the text which is also everywhere listed and just mentioned. What I have in mind is Mallarmé's text. All that poetic heritage of Mallarmé, both in Russian, English, or French, it doesn't matter in the sense that it is not easy to withstand those poetic laws, rules, canons. And this very, very short text, maybe a dozen of pages, maybe less, which is written in a staircase. The words are written in a form of a stairway, consisting of capital letters. And what to do with that text? No one knows. It is short, and of course, Mallarmé is not famous with that text. But I wanted to remind you about the crazy idea of the same Mallarmé about the big book, great book, with pages which could be folded and mixed in any way. Yes, that was a predecessor. But published, articulated, and moreover, the text which was positioned as a manifest of surrealists. There were lots of surrealistic manifests, but as a basis, literary basis, again, I refer to Aragon, it is clear that in this way, some big texts, particularly claiming to be literature, novels, it is impossible to present them in that way. Let me remind you that the novels of Breton himself, in that sense, are very traditional. However, I wanted to remind you again about that additional extra variant or an element, very strange and very remote space. And and all French new literature of the 60s and 70s, Salers and so on, to say nothing about the closest, again, the greatest form, not very much popularized. One of the first versions structuring, bringing together different stylistics, different discursive practices under one umbrella. Non-linear writing. Non-linear writing in literature is in the second half of the 19th century was kind of a very popular, very common technique. That's magnetic fields. And from the magnetic fields, some purely formal principles were selected. On the one hand, they're outside of aesthetic law. On the other hand, what was provoked by this text, that already belongs to aesthetic and critical, literary critical canon and analysis. The next point, the next text to which I wanted to draw your attention, it's not a text, it's a precedent. I believe that anyone knows that and anyone would remember it. And that is Victor Vasarely. Vasarely, that is Turkic, Bulgarian, and Hungarian artist, as he himself posted, a designer, sculptor, who, by all means, in museums in France and in Budapest, he is present, and in Soviet museums, we had some of them. He is one of the pillars of design. Beginner who was at the source as one of the founders of pop art. These things were processed many times and described by art scholars and scholars of aesthetics and all explanatory models, the dimensions and the description and so on. Overcoming by Kandinsky and three-dimensionality, two-dimensionality, all that is present and well known. I'm not going to repeat that. All those optical synaptic effects. But I wanted to draw attention to one ideology which was reproduced endlessly at theoretical level in manifesto and in practice. That ideology was related to what seemingly was not new, because that was a relationship of an original work and a copy of modern or Art Nouveau at the end of the century. It was actively discussed and reviewed, and of course there is a through understanding in all the artistic reflection, it was present. But one point is worth of attention. Vasarely, in some of his opuses, he did not do it himself. This is also banal. His helpers and artisans helped him. This is, but not the object itself, not the thing itself, but idea is important. I apologize, but unfortunately we are out of time. Oh, okay. The very idea. And on the other hand, that idea could be repeated or reproduced on mass scale as a constructor. Make your own Vasarely. When the pictures could be bought, and then anyone, depending on the situation, could make up his own Vasarely. This is not Lego, but very close to it. Thank you. Well, I believe the most interesting from one point of view Xenakis is, but unfortunately, thanks a lot. Let us applaud our speaker. Possibly you have one question.
Да, я там поднял руку. Здравствуйте. Да, Евгений Георгиевич, в качестве маленького комментария.
One very short comment of a literary critic. And attention, even Russian futurists, their reference to the language of the children, their automatic writing. I would mention Pavel Ulitin, one of almost forgotten writers, who used not only compositionally what was characteristic for the Spasas and the Russian futurists, but that automatic writing which was oriented to James Joyce. This is a short commentary. Thank you. May I add a few words? I am not talking about all literature of surrealists and those passes, clearly also a splash. I talked only about that text, about magnetic fields. Yes, biology, shamanitic, yeah. Yes, everyone refers to it. Yes, and it may be analyzed. It's invited to invitation to execution. This is a long conversation. We may connect separately and discuss it. Thank you. Thank you for comments. Thank you for your participation.
Если вопросов больше нет, Евгений Георгиевич, большое спасибо. Очень рада вас приветствовать.
Thank you very much. That was great. And now we pass the floor to a colleague of mine, Boris Ryzhov, professor, with his report, Personal Determinants of Preference for Different Architectural Styles, and it was done together with Olga Kotova, an expert in the Laboratory of Social and Psychological Research in Education. Dear colleagues, my presentation will be quite different. I will use different words, and I think that I'm the only representative of psychology here. And I will be speaking not so much about culture or history of culture or cultural studies, art studies. I will not be speaking about subjective data. I will be trying to speak about objective data received in psychology, which is trying to present itself as a positivist science. But I would like to ask you a question first. If we asked our students from physics departments here in the Moscow State University or Moscow Physics and Technics University, if we asked them which architectural style they would have preferred for their university, if we offered them different styles for their university, which style would be chosen by contemporary students, by students whom we have now? So what do you think? There are different options. For example, you can choose between the styles represented in Moscow for the past 200 years. Classical style, empire, the style of 1930s, and of course the contemporary styles.
Это да.
That's right. I would agree with you that students are highly unlikely to discuss such things, but if we ask them such questions, they give you specific answers. And we have organized lots of questionnaires. We had more than 1,000 students questioned, both from Moscow and from other cities in Russia. But what do you think? Which style they would prefer?
Нет, чисто вот...
No, I mean from the aesthetic perspective, which style do you think our students would prefer? You're trying to avoid answering my question. Okay. So I'll try to briefly present you the results of our research we conducted this year during the several last months. We had questionnaires given out to about 1,000 students, and we offered them pictures with different styles, different buildings, blocks of flat, semi-detached buildings, subway stations, huge monumental buildings, and I will try to demonstrate the results. Doesn't seem to be working. As we are very short of time, we can compare these styles, and here is the distribution of answers. When they compared monumental buildings, here are the examples of these buildings. Empire, although it's pretty eclectic, that's Bolshoi Theater building. And the question was formulated as follows. Well, it was not actually a question. We had, for example, an excursion, a guided tour around Moscow, and they had a look at different buildings, and sometimes we demonstrated photos of these buildings, and we conducted a research how the data received during the guided tour correlated with the data received by watching at the screen, and they correlated beautifully. The results were very, very close. So the majority chose either classical forms, well, basically classical forms, or this triumph style, which is similar, quite close, was modern, and the contemporary style lagged behind, although that's Moscow City, and constructivism lagged behind even more significantly, and pre-war style of the militarized empire, which is called Magno style. Sometimes it is described as post-constructivism. It's pretty interesting, but it was very rarely chosen. Next slide, please. Could you help me out with that? And the story was similar about large buildings. Again, classical forms are preferred, or neoclassical forms, or triumph style of 1950s. The second place is taken by modern, while contemporary style and constructivism lag behind. And the picture is similar in other categories of buildings. And you can see the results that classical forms are preferred to contemporary ones. You can see the distribution of data here. One more layer of data. We conducted a research of their motivation. There were 8 types of motivation typical of the humans: self-realization, vitality, self-preservation, reproduction of the organism, cognition, that is self-reproduction on the level of individual, altruism, which is also reproduction but on the level of the species, and the highest one is morality, so an attempt to reproduce the society. And you can see over here the distribution of answers. Those people who chose contemporary styles, they were more prominent in vitality and self-preservation. And the picture is similar concerning other architectural forms. And those who chose classical styles, they have more prominent indices of self-realization, the highest types of motivation, and that is the nucleus of our personality. That's the most important part of our personality. Alexei Leontiev, one of our leading psychologists, used to say that hierarchy of our motivations, that is the personality itself. That's what separates us from other people. It's not knowledge of English or some other content. No, that's the core of our personality. So we can see that the personalities are different among people with different preferences. Some are more hedonistic, for them vitality and self-preservation, preservation of yourself. Those are the simplest, the biological things. They choose the modern styles. And then sociocentric personality, which is focused at societal values, they prefer classical architecture. So here are objective data. And when we conducted more questionnaires, students said, yes, we would like to study in such beautiful classical buildings, like, for example, the old building of the Moscow State University. And when you demonstrate the Oxford or Cambridge or Sorbonne, the old buildings, they say, yes, of course, we would like to study in such buildings, and we would like to live in houses like that. And the only case where modern style came close to classicism, that was about small mansions, small houses. And when we asked about the choice over there, the students said that it was a very good choice as their personal life choice. They understood that it's very unlikely that they would have a mansion, an old ancient mansion in the center of Moscow, but having a contemporary style building is more likely, but aesthetically they would have preferred classical building. And within the last 2-3 decades or even further back in the past, can you name a building which was created in those forms, which was built for students as a university, as a high school? But unfortunately, we can say that all contemporary buildings for students are built following contemporary styles. And every building has a purpose, a trend. For example, Gothics is mystical drive to God, and also chivalry, the spirit of chivalry. Then the Renaissance architecture is about going back to the Athenian citizen, to a human being who could realize himself in everything, and every person was important and could realize his or her potential in everything. Rococo is going from sociocentric to anthropocentrism. And although there are societal values in Baroque, but they are going far into the background. So we can talk about this transformation of styles we have mentioned already today. Then there goes classical art of the 18th century, and it is focused not on ancient Greece, but on Rome, with its values of social values. Condorcet spoke about the French Revolution because they had been studying the examples of Pluto or Regil, people who sacrificed themselves for the society, and they saw in everyday life Domitians and Nerons. And then goes anthropocentrism and admiration by the man, and they were proponents of Nietzsche, Rastan, and then comes constructivism with its revolutionary spirit and revolutionary asceticism, simplicity, no decorum. And again, there is going back to classical style, to Stalin's style of triumph and empire. So it's not only the person who chooses this or that architectural style, but also the architectural forms are shaping our personalities, influence us very much, even more so rather than poetry, for example, or prose, because we spend all our life within those forms. A poem can bring about some emotional reaction, for example, tears, crying, but the architectural forms we dwell in, they keep shaping us for decades. They shape our personalities. So it's both persons choose the architectural forms, and the architectural forms shape our personalities. And I started with the question, and I would like to end with the question: how can we shape our buildings? How should we organize our construction in order to influence people? Shouldn't we go back to classical forms which had been shaping the personality we like much better, rather than the contemporary TikTok personality? And maybe there are so many of such TikTok personalities because they are born in these boxes of concrete and glass with no decorum. Are there any questions? Please speak into the microphone. Thank you very much. It's a brilliant observation, but don't you think that you can have this barrier in this famous phrase that the economy should be money saving? Yes, there is something infernal about Nietzsche, and we know that many universities right now have no money at all. And the style of honest poverty prevails over the empire style. Thank you. I would say yes and no. On the one hand, yes, mass construction, yes, maybe you're right about that. Although we can have some hints, some references or allusions at classical style. But when we speak about unique buildings for the best, for the leading university, for example, for this university, it's one of the leading universities in the world, not only in our country. When we speak of universities like these, people do not even give it a thought. We follow the ideas of new architects. They say that everything beautiful has already been created. Let's create something new. But these new things are not beautiful, and we are not creating new ensemble. We break the ensemble. You remember those falling buildings? That is against the symmetry, and it's a cult of asymmetry. It contradicts harmony. And I do not think there is a panacea, there is a universal answer. And when we speak about school somewhere far away from the city, yet we should think of such buildings where the shape of the building itself would ask you to put away your mobile phone and be present here as if you were in a temple. I do not think that in all those Oxbridge buildings, people keep on playing with their mobile phones. I always use a mobile phone. That's part of my job. But before the questionnaire, you said that there were guided tours. Don't you think that the opinion of the students was shaped by your, it was kind of a tunnel vision, it was shaped by your choices? Yes, I understand what you're trying to say. We had these guided tours and described these results somewhere in mass media, in Argumente and Fakte. There were several journalists following our guided tour, and I had to speak with them, maybe even more rather than with my students. No, first we approach some building. And yes, of course, we use the smartphones and we have an application over there. Olga Viktorovna worked it out. And first, students say how much they like or dislike this building. And only after that, I tell them about the architect, about the fires in that building, about the whole history of that building, what used to be in it, what is situated in this building now. And then we conduct our guided tour in such a way that we can see all different styles. And fortunately, the most contemporary buildings are outside the center of Moscow. So basically, they do not respond to my story. No, they respond to their own perception, to their own view. And when we ask other people without the guided tour, they just look at the buildings on the screen without any preliminary explanations. First, they give their preferences and then we tell them stories. Can I ask you yet another question? I have heard your interpretation, and it's about values, and you've been speaking about vitality, and maybe some differences are important, some are less important between people who chose contemporary buildings and those who chose classical buildings. But there was a huge difference on vitality. Yes, that's right. Yes, and self-preservation as well. And speaking about vitality, I think that there can be a different interpretation. For example, I could suggest that people who choose contemporary buildings, they may have slightly different line of thought. Maybe they're more practice-oriented in comparison with those who choose classical shapes, because judging from other things like altruism and morality, they're quite close. So maybe you could offer something else for them to range to make your interpretation more precise, because right now I can have this interpretation that they are more practical, they are more practice oriented, they are more grounded in reality, and others are less practical. Thank you very much. Yes, on the one hand, I gave you only the tip of the iceberg. Apart from this, we conducted a lot of other psychological research and we haven't interpreted all the data yet. We started with the motivations because we thought it very important for ourselves. And you're right in saying that where people have a higher index of vitality, yes, they're very pragmatic, they're practice-oriented. And yes, they are representatives of this consumerist society, because vitality is linked with hedonism. And there are different types of motivation linked to that. For example, reproduction. Human being is the only species where reproduction is not pursued for reproduction itself. It's more for pleasure. It's more linked to the index of vitality, to hedonism. Anxiety. When we speak of anxiety, on the one hand, I'm very pleased because I've got a lot to say, but on the other hand, I do not have enough time to say all these things. But we should understand what anxiety is. It's a difference of anthropic characteristics. When everything coincides, there is zero anxiety. But I'm so sorry, I will take too much time trying to explain all that. Can I ask you yet another question? Did you consider only architectural styles or the quality of architecture itself? And one more question. Classical style of architecture was seen as more comfortable, but reproduction of these shapes is sometimes impossible. We cannot just reproduce classical architecture. Even the style that you called triumph or empire, this Stalinist style, yes, there is a huge difference between the building of the Moscow State University or at Kotelnicheskaya and the triumph style at Sokol, which many architects believe to be a caricature of the style. So the issue of reproducing the style is very complicated. Just like literature, it develops, it grows on. So if we try to simply reproduce something, we can receive mutants, very strange things. And the second part of the question, did they choose it for life or for studying? So the building of the Moscow State University, yes, it is a temple of science, a temple of scholarship. It's one thing to study over there, but to live in such a building is a completely different matter. So did they think this building would be comfortable for them to live in, or was it a symbol for them of values students should strive to? They saw what they saw. They were asked to assess this or that building, how much they liked or disliked when looking at this building. No more. When they have looked at several buildings, we asked them to come back to the previous pictures or to previous buildings and range them, list them, what building they liked most, what building they liked least. And in the very end, when they learned about different styles, even students of Moscow State University, students do not know anything about modern styles, and among hundreds of students, nobody saw the Church of Ascension where Pushkin got married, and neither of them saw the house of Rebushinsky, and it's a very positive thing, positive result that they have seen these buildings in our guided tours. And of course, I would agree that there are talented architects and not so talented architects, and accordingly, there is good architecture and bad architecture. So we tried to choose the best examples of different styles, and we also took different types of building, monumental buildings, dwelling apartments, and for example, it was the Senate Palace in the Kremlin. It was the building of the Moscow State University. To illustrate this or that style, besides, we took different formats, large buildings, small buildings, subway halls, and we understand that the quality can be different and it was very subjective. For example, somebody failed to enter the Moscow State University and they may have negative emotions. So we use statistical data. We look at it from statistical perspective and we have this average data. Nevertheless, students, young people, and we think that they are focused on TikTok, but no, they would like to see beautiful things. They would like to see the beauty, even if they have not seen enough of those beautiful buildings. So maybe we should stop building those boxes of steel, glass, and concrete, devoid of any decorum, because it leads to a negative psychological state, which demands a certain rhythm, a certain beat, That is why they wear headphones, because everything becomes too monotonous for them. And the building is so monotonous that they need an additional beat in the ears, for example. So, dear colleagues, if there are no more questions, then we can thank our presenter.
Alexey Yuryevich, are you with us?
Я быстро постараюсь.
I will be quick. I do hope for your talent to be laconical.
Да, спасибо.
Что? Там нужно нажать кнопку демонстрацию экрана. Вы можете
Да,
это сделать?
уже.
А вот там нужно нас нажать.
Все.
Вот.
Вот, видно,
Ну вот.
отлично.
Спасибо.
Все, извините. Да. Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues, my presentation that I wanted to offer to your attention is a synthetic history of art, and we'll be talking about it. The topic is eternal, but let us try to talk about the incarnation of the word with a capital letter and the visual measurement of the red project of the Soviet civilization. And the main attention will be paid to the image of Russia. In what way we saw Russia, and it is very well that the previous speaker spoke about it, living at that time in traditional bipolar opposition offered by Uspensky and Lotman also. And here in the range of a bigger time of Bakhtin and endless dialogue, which developing Bakhtin Umberto Eco told in his works. A few words I wanted to say as a prologue, because this will be a course that I will start from the next term. Now it's just the outline of it. In this way, I will be talking about how, in what way people saw the new country, people who survived the revolution. I wanted to thank one of the previous speakers about reminding us about the forgotten artists, and I wanted to remember one of the artists creating canvases, alarming in their composition and coloring, how, in what way they saw this new world in the great construction site creation of monumental new space, Soviet new space, and the fact that this man, this person of the new world, will have some magical capacities. And it is very important to say that in a transitional period in development of culture, there is a dialectic opposition of opposition pushing away and merging of two universes, two discourses of the old and the new. And when we will start talking about the art, the word in the text, here, of course, we may say that the space of the new literature has expanded. The revolution triggered that huge tectonical shift of human masses, and each of those groups moved to large cities, and I do not know what was it, melting pot or salad bowl, Moscow in particular. They came there with their vision of their native land and the understanding of what the new country should be. And in this context, it's very interesting. The evolution of the search of answers within the framework of actualization of the literary process of the 20s. And we will emphasize that here I will point out that all the search developed in traditional Russian paradigm of search of utopia and anti-utopia of Adorski, his unfinished novel 4338 year. This is an example of a very good article about it. What should be this world? And here we see that image of a crystal palace, a positive image in a Dostoevsky work, while later Fyodor Dostoevsky in his works, the list of which you see on screen, was taken aback looking at this crystal palace, and he opposed to it. This is a crystal palace, or the World Expand, famous quotation, which was interpreted by many people. I will refer to Rozanov. Rozanov analyzed it pretty well, these understandings of Dostoevsky about what should be the new Russia, what should be this new world. And hence, this appellation to various aspects of historical and cultural past is very important. You may see in the 20s, we had a tremendous amount of literature, the genre which was utopia. This genre was one of the most popular in the first half of the 20th century. And Lunacharsky even wrote that utopian novel was tremendously important for us. But here we said that this dialogue is also negative, and theoretician of revolution, Trotsky, for instance, a theoretician of permanent revolution, global republic of the Soviets, and prior to the constitution of the second half of the 30s, it was written that this republic should have been created, and it was Trotsky who was one of the ideologies of transformation of the world, turn of the rivers and other things like that, that the Soviet man would be so powerful that everything could be done by him, and hence this new chronotype was created, getting back to the issue of time. In the form of a typical motto, a red cow of the revolution, on which we go to the realm of communism. And it is very important that contemporaries of revolution did not raise a question of acceptance or non-acceptance. That was a given reality for them. For the generation of the 900s, there seemed to be no past, and that golden age and all that, it got back later when the myths were created, the civil war, the light and dark sides, and so on. And the creation, the birth of the new life, Vladimir Kirillov was one of the leading poets of proletarian culture. A small, fantastic story, all that is available in the network, you may find it. In what way they describe this new world, talking about architecture, it's interesting. Dr. Rizhov talked about preferences and the style of constructivism, which we are going to or Vivian Eaton, a Siberian writer, also a creator of anti-utopia, Ganguri country, the whole land will be an endless garden, or Yakov Okunev. Here we see a more complicated picture. It's a separate story. We may talk separately about that. That here the gender difference been cancelled and nivelated, and here we are approaching the idea of how the word was implemented in the future, those famous future cities of Labast, and at the same time, in the Russian architecture, the flying cities by Krutikov. Nonetheless, since the problem of that communal houses, that was a very acute problem, I wanted to draw attention to, fortunately, surviving house of communes. The ideology of communal house existed for a long time. Ivan Nikolaev described it. You see how he described the day of a student. That's a conveyor of life. Selim Hamagomedov described it better. You may open even this link and you will find it. How cyclically we talked about time, understanding of time. Jean-Baptiste Vico would have been happy because the cyclic theory of time is presented here. Even though the communist ideology presupposes linear development, a very good illustration to that is the novel by Platonov, where the sun never goes down, and the communist, which we expected, has come. And here we see that this aspiration to the future, Yakov Chernikov, who was considered to be a teacher of many later architects. And this is his fantasy, this aspiration to the stars, aspiring to the height, this constant calculation to Mars. You may remember the novel Aelita by Tolstoy. It's very important for us when we're talking about the general assessment of the era to talk about what was the image of the world in the terminology of Leontief the Elder. How it could be represented. It is represented in a complicated unity of all types of art, architecture, sculpture, fine arts, poetry, and Russian literature is multi-synthetic type of art, combined everything. And here it is important that the people, the architects of the future, great, unfortunately, faded project or repressed project of the Russian architecture, filled with glass, light, opposing, contrasting the real life in Russia in that time. Fortunately, right now this house is open. It's a house museum of Melnikov. And when we talked about cyclicity, Alexander Kalantine is one of the founders of the Russian feminism, a great woman. In her also a utopian short story where he wrote about the life in 48 years. She said that they would have dedicated houses, houses for the elderly, houses for the babies. So this idea of communal house was present in Kalantais project as well. I wanted also to draw your attention to another tremendous project of that Siberian commune by Nikolai Kuzmin and the idea that the private life was practically cancelled. And this communality about which we had terrible stories in the sphere, in the circles of the immigrants, even though that stayed at the level of theory, like in the verses by Tsvetaeva. So this is Siberian utopia, and this city, just pay attention that it also followed the cycle from birth to death. This is how it is represented when we're talking here about two dialectical tendencies. Life in this space, protection, this created a world or the earthly paradise behind the fence in a beautiful garden. Here in Kuzmin's utopia, it is very well presented. But in addition to visual art, we should say a few words about unfortunately forgotten page or very little known, let us say, page aware about music. Great Arseny Avramov, his symphony of whistles. There is an evidence that he was present, if we may believe about that that great manifesto, and that this art should fight or oppose traditional music, non-performance music, anonymity, which was characteristic for the whole of revolutionary art. You may remember the blue blouse, and the great poets. Mayakovsky wrote the poems to that and signed it, and this is the sound framing of a special myth, and the symphony in which participated in the steam engines, and there were sounds of shorts and so on. You may have a look at it by the link. And this combination of word, gesture, and music, which comes from Vladimir Khlebnikov, from his futuristic reflections, the very way, the very pulse of many artists is quite interesting. We may remember Vladimir Baranov, Rassine, from Budionok to sounds of music, to scrubbing and so on. That's a separate big story. But nonetheless, synthetic word was implemented in the works of literary art. Pay attention to how the future is represented in an article by Ivan Kataev of 1933. The main passage is what will be the man of the future, which factors would influence that person. And if we look at the present, then the main factor for creating a new Russia would still be geography. It's a story, a motive, and a hero. New generation would form its own myth, adapting the image of Russia to its own time, but find different basis. Akunin in his project, or Varlamov, or Vodolaskin in Aviator, and many, many others. We should mention here the aspiration of Russia. I'm talking about modern Russia as a closed system, unlike constructivism, or unlike this moving, unstable structure Western system, as opposed to Перевальце, which was manifested in the titles of the book. The Drowned Ship by Varlamov, the Flooding Zone by Senchin, the Fortress. In any case, this is multidimensional space, and there is a general picture of Russia in its dynamics, which may be reconstructed only metaphorically through some symbols: the flooding zone, the tempest, the fortress. But I'm not going to finish on this pessimistic note, but let us wind up the story with the idea that the future is great and we'll reach it. Thanks a lot. It's important that we have a great future. Are there any questions? Thank you. In that case, we'll thank the speaker, and we'll make a break for 20-25 minutes. We again moving ahead. We are at 17:30. We will resume our conversation. Thank you.
Добрый день. Продолжаем, да? Добрый день, коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can we continue? We are on air. Are we on air?
Добрый день, коллеги. Добрый день.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues.
Да, да.
We are on air. Everything's all right.
Трансляция на сайте пошла? Пошла, да? Все отлично.
Do we have translation on our site? So we continue our session. We continue our session, and one of our presenters, Mr. Faridov, failed to come, but we will be able to listen to his report later, and the rest are present. Now, according to our schedule, there is an interdisciplinary project. Dr. Lavrenova, PhD in Geography Studies, leading research fellow, Cultural Division in Yonran, Department of Foreign Languages and Communication Technologies, honorary member of the Russian Art Academy. So the floor is yours. And you can stand over there and we can put your presentation on. The next presenter is Irina Maslova, the next one after Professor Lavrenova. Thank you. Everything's all right. Dear colleagues, I'm happy to greet you here at this forum. It is a very important event in the academic life in Russia, and I would like to share with you my project, which we have been running for many years. It's an interdisciplinary project, Geography of Art, and it started from the idea of Professor Vedenin, who wrote this classical book on geography of art. And when he was the director of the Likhachov Museum, he initiated publishing a number of works on geography of art. But after some evolution, we left that institution and we took this project with us. And right now, this project is run by the Russian Academy of Arts. And in Lyon, where I work, we have published several collections of works, and every year we try to conduct a conference on geography of art. So what issues do we discuss? I would like to present this project, but on the other hand, I would like to invite my colleagues from all over the world to participate in our next conference, which is going to take place tentatively in May next year, and it will be a hybrid conference, so you can participate both offline and online. Here is our website of our conference, and that's the last but one conference, and it was conducted on different venues in, for example, in the Club of Cinema Workers. So what do we mean when we speak about geography of art? The first which comes to mind is the distribution of monuments on the surface of the earth. That's the starting point of geography of art. But when Professor Vedenin wrote his classical work, he wrote about such things as the drifting of styles, how they travel, how they transit from one area to another, how they influence different styles. So we can speak of different flows, different currents of styles, and they have their own life in space. So there is a special aspect of their existence, and there are some places which are imbued with different ideas and different senses. The next thing which comes to mind when we speak about geography of art is the medieval maps, where you can see the surface of the earth and simultaneously depictions which both describe the reality and try to depict some fantasies. This tradition, established in Middle Ages, was revitalized in our era, and right now there are different approaches where artists try to make certain maps of their art and create their art as maps, or vice versa, use geographical maps to create some new interesting image connected with the image of the earth. So the use of the earth as a certain palette or a certain canvas becomes very interesting when we implement it in the digital sphere, when photos of earth are edited and we can receive very interesting objects. For example, as the picture of a woman when there is a mountain ridge which was slightly retouched and corrected, and the picture taken from the space of Alaska turned into a figure of a woman. What other things can we think of when we discuss geography of art? That's, for example, biographies of workers of art, of poets, of composers, and how they lived, and how their travels influenced their art, how it was reflected in their art. And the most exemplary cases here are, for example, Jack London, and the link, for example, between the creative art of Paustovsky and the location of Meshchera is so obvious. One of my teachers said that it was Paustovsky who created the image of Meshchera and basically created the identity and self-understanding, self-representation of this region. So a writer, a poet, does not only reflect the reality, he or she creates the reality. And it's an interesting problematique, which we can call the genius and the place, or the genius of the place. And these are two different aspects of interrelation between the creator and the location. Yet another interpretation of geography of art is architecture, some monumental forms which are linked with the landscape, or they create the landscape, they create some peculiarities of the landscape which can be predetermined by different backgrounds, natural, historical components, ideological components, and thus unique places are created within the space, within the landscape. Besides, we can speak of different economies, like, for example, the rice growing terraces or the dry walls in England. They become a symbol of art in space, which is interpreted in different ways by creators, both local ones and visiting ones. Some objects within the landscape, for example, like this temple, our savior at Nerl, they become not only architectural landmarks, but they also become a symbol of a certain culture, a symbol and a motivation for that culture, and it's easily recognizable and often reproduced in other works of art, which use it as a benchmark, as a reference. Or, for example, folk art, decorative art, which exists in different cultures when, for example, you decorate your dwelling and you decorate the landscape with these things, not only with ritual things, but also with just decoration of your own house, of your own environment. Yet another aspect is such an important thing for the contemporary world as ideological reinterpretation and ideologically driven changes of the landscape. We can see a lot of examples in our Russian landscape. They were connected with erection of monuments to Lenin and to other revolutionaries, then dismantling of those monuments. And now we can see that there is this period of life that some of those monuments are re-erected, put back into their place, and art comes back to its roots or comes back to the previous ideological stage. And there is this urban fallism when monuments fall, monuments which are unacceptable for some new context, and new monuments are created. Sometimes old monuments are replaced with new ones. For example, I saw when a portrait of George Lloyd was projected onto the basement of some monument that had been dismantled. I wouldn't be able to discuss everything with you, but yet another issue I wanted to touch upon is the culture which is presented in landscape and is interpreted in art. These are marginal places. These are, for example, slums, and they are described in movies, in YouTube series, and on the one hand, they document these margins of culture, but on the other hand, they try to find an artistic language which can be applicable to describing such places. Besides, they create such an interactive space, for example, on the YouTube channel where the viewers can communicate with a representative of this marginal culture. And we can see an example of a movie where this marginal space was created in the studio. That's kind of a simulacrum. Our project also touches upon philosophical aspects of space and art, of space within the object of art. So these are the issues we are discussing. And I always tell our participants that the major plot, the major hero, the major character in our discussion is space, both within the framework of art and within the framework of culture. So once again, I would like to invite all of you to participate in our project, and I hope that with your participation, we can reach new objectives, we can reach new heights. Thank you so much for being so brief. And dear colleagues, any questions? So if there are no questions,
and later on, according to our plan, Irina Maslova, are you with us? Yes. Good afternoon. Candidate of Technology, assistant professor, head of Russian language chair, proper name Inat, as a key to understanding of artistic image. Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues. I welcome all of you in this audience. It's a wonderful conference, very interesting presentation. It's a pleasure to follow it. I thank everyone again. And in anticipation of the next 4 days, I am quite confident that we'll have lots of more interesting talks. Please turn on your presentation. We do have your presentation, but let us try to have it from you.
Хорошо. Кстати, вы камеру включили? Что-то я вас не вижу. Да, все хорошо.
Конечно.
Да, все
конечно,
хорошо.
конечно.
Отлично, хорошо. Тогда
Wonderful.
все получилось. Отлично.
Okay.
Тогда командуйте. Спасибо.
Да, спасибо большое.
It's great. Thank you. Once again, dear colleagues, good afternoon. In the center of my attention today, we have onomastic units. For a long time, I'm interested in this class of units. And if possible, the first slide. The first one. Dear colleagues, the very first.
Извините, я включил первый слайд.
Титульный лист.
Хорошо.
The title page, not the first slide. Okay, and one more. Here, please pay attention, dear colleagues. The subject of my interest today are the proper names as a key to understanding the artistic image, artistic text, For over 20 years, I'm interested with the literary onomestics at the juncture of onomestics and the formation of text. And that is what I wanted to talk about today. Next slide, please. Decoding of information in art is a process that is difficult and many-faceted. Its components are science, linguistic science as well. On the other hand, the reader and the viewer who try to interpret the intentions of the author, sometimes concealed in the depths of the text. In that sense, the proper names are unique linguistic science symbols, which are the key to interpreting text and understanding artistic images. The result of numerous studies allow us to talk about huge potential in art and literature, which is based on functionality or transformation in text. That potential capacity makes them a very important target feature of any work of art and allows us, by means of a proper name, to penetrate into the center of the work of art. Semantic units in the language, in any language, in the work of art, proper name is as a very concentrated, informationally concentrated unit. Here you see how these names work. For instance, directly oriented proper names and forming the onomastic frame of the work of art, the proper names play a very important text forming function. Alongside with the static function, it determines the significance of proper name in the canvas of any creation. The semantic, stylistic complication of the name in the text result that the onomastic units code the significant part of the work, becoming by all names an indispensable author sign. The reason is in grammatic and stylistic nature of the names. This slide that we see is, of course, the slide which is probably well known for us. We do know that the use of proper names, meaningful proper names, was a characteristic of classic literature. Later on, this tradition fades out, but nonetheless, Griboyedov has continued that tradition. And we know that the proper name in this context are truly the key to understanding the image and understanding the intention of the author. However, today we'll probably talk more about indirectly oriented proper name, those which are used today and characteristic for realistic literature. Hence, let us continue. Let us name only important properties of onomastic science. We must say that among other stylistic properties of proper names, we may name only some properties, which to our mind are the most important. And in many respects, they determine the positions. Another slide, please. So what are these style forming features? I will only name the most important. Is the suggestivity. This is a cumulation of pragmatic component of meaning, of speech and background, which are produced by associations within the text and outside of the text. For instance, a hero of Belov's work is called Ivan not surrendering, and this main feature of the character is incapacity for compromise. Another property of quality is allusivity. So one of the heroes in the first circle is Mephistopheles. So this allusion is clearly understandable by the author. The capacity to accumulate a lot of information, concentrating of significant amounts of information in a very insignificant fragment of text. I love this title of Pietzu, because the title, the fourth Rome, is a key to interpretation of the whole of the text. You remember two Romes have fallen, the fourth is living, and there will be no fourth Rome. As this image of concentrated expression of culturological realities, proper names have producing an abundance of information which goes through the prism of world perception by the author. As a result, there arises a moment when a reader or viewer moves from comprehension from perception to comprehension, exchanges feelings for thoughts. This is what concerns proponyms as signs. This is one part of the process of decoding, which is so important and which we go through in the process of perception of the work of art. On the other hand, the completeness of understanding of the work of art also depends on onomastic competence of the reader, who perceives the images in accordance with their creative abilities. There exist, next slide please, there exist three levels of perception and interpretation of onomastic units in artistic text and in art in general. We single out three levels. First level is the level of naive perception, or if you may call it everyday or profane perception. Second level is general educational level, the level of perception of onomastic unit as a marker of extralinguistic, national specific and cultural historical information. And finally, the third philological level is the researcher's interpretation of a literary proper name. I wanted to give an example. In Solzhenitsyn's novel, we have historical toponyms, Dzerzhinsky Street, Большая Lubyanka, Marx Prospect, and so on. They are characterized by a very rich potential, which can be disclosed only when creative compatibilities are involved or competences of the reader. It is obvious that for Solzhenitsyn, those toponyms are the symbols of an area. This is Solzhenitsyn. Let us try now to decode these historical toponyms in accordance with those levels of perception of onomastic competence about which we are talking, the first level. In the first level, the reader understands only the address, not more than that. On the second level, the reader understands the microtoponyms, which are not used in depicting the area. The reader understands that Solzhenitsyn is using what is not in the trend today. And the third level, philological, when a recipient tries to restore the intention of the author, decodes the image of the personage through whose eyes the Moscow streets are seen, intentionally using, instead of historical and prohibited at that time microtoponyms in Moscow, which tells about negative attitude of the author and the hero to totalitarian reality of the 70s. So we see that semantic multiplicity of the text gives birth to lots of association in the reader, and they allow us to see the text from a new aspect, to see its uniqueness. This is very efficient to understand the individual man and the pathos of the work of the author. However, it's very important to emphasize that the perception of linguistic and extralinguistic constant in semantics of a proper name and idealect of linguistic personality also depends on age, profession, social status, linguistic intuition, the level of thesaurus formation, and the degree of erudition. I wanted to give one more very interesting example, which I found in German publicistic works to demonstrate how proper names work in art and what an important role they play in interpretation of the text. I saw one very interesting article from a German newspaper, Die Welt, and the author has fully proven the importance of the title proper names and our idea that the proper name is a key to interpreting the text. As you may see, the German researchers and we look in the same direction. So proper names in the title help to reveal the leading topic of the work, implementation of the author's idea and the general concept of the text. So in a German journalist article, the United Elderly Persons of America, we see this very interesting omen, United Elderly Men of America. It's a satirical article by all means. The author laughs at the old age of politicians in the USA using the term gerontocracy because they say that it leaves aside the real problems of the younger population of America. According to statistics, the average age of the population in US is 37 years, while the politicians' average age is 70, 75. Large financiers and businessmen, according to him, in different countries today, more often they're young people, 35 years of age, very with good potential, talented, like Mark Zuckerberg, who could lead the country, do not participate in elections. And the author gives the reasons for that. Hence, without being heard, those younger people give the rule to the leadership to the very old people. Only he loves not only the problem of elderly leaders, but he also loves a German politician who copies the American patterns. And other states, the states of Latin America, and he states that the time has come to change the existing order of life. It's quite obvious that in the process of interpretation of the primary text, the ONIM, United Elderly Person of America, plays a particular role. Well, first of all, this is a very lucky finding of a combination of words, a custom toponym, United States, and it forms the whole complex of denotative, connotative, and subcategorial complexes. Secondly, semantic transformation of components of a proper name. About signification of the onim, we may talk about the contents of the Alton, elderly people, resulted in implementation of connotative forces, which represent implication in the meaning. We are talking about the transformation of a proper name and linguistic analysis of the article, which helped us to understand that unbreakability of United States as formerly powerful states now is falling apart. And if that toponym United States of America was formerly used with piety, now the bearers of different languages are very happy to break the semantic structure of this unit, allowing to replace the component. So those replacements are very telling, not states, but the elderly people, which gives to the subject of nomination additional characteristics, not superpowers, but old Russian states, which is a reason for great concern in the world community. And the analysis of those semantic and other components, proper name, United Elderly People of America, may be continued because the meaning of this proper name in the text varies in a very wide range depending on the capacities of the reader. I remind you that I'm quoting a German publication, the article of 2020, and my task was to follow the trend both in the Russian tradition and the European tradition. And Since I also specialize in the German language, I paid attention to several publications like that, just using my methodology of interpretation of the text with the help of the proper names, which I described today. I today suggest this philological interpretation of an article, and I have demonstrated how the system of the levels on monomastic competence of the reader works. The final slide. So let me wind up. It is true that in the process of decoding of information, two components are important. On the one hand, the proper name with its powerful potential. On the other hand, the reader. And as we see, both components give us food for thought. And I may tell you that everything that I listed, structural and linguistic specialization of the proper name in art, a specific role of the reader or interpreter, becomes an important condition of an adequate perception and reading of a literary work or a work of art in general, which means that it may lead the reader or viewer to amazing discoveries. Thank you for your attention. I'm ready to answer questions if you have any. Thanks a lot. Dear colleagues, do we have any questions? Okay, okay. Any questions from online audience? Yes, a very short comment.
Здравствуйте, Ирина Борисовна, рад вас видеть.
I'm happy to see you.
Очень приятно, очень интересное выступление.
A very interesting presentation. I just wanted to give a very short comment. This topic is important, not only as linguistic study, because it has a cross-cultural nature, not only theoretically, but on practical level of teaching the Russian language as a foreign language, or in culture studies, the formation of the Russian linguistic picture of the world in the students. And I'm very happy that Irina Borisovna continues the tradition of Sigismund Krzyżanowski, developing his ideas. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I do hope that will continue our fruitful cooperation in future. Any more questions? Thanks a lot. Let us welcome again. And I invite Mariana Dudareva.
Associate Professor of Russian University, and you can give her a big hand. She is going to talk about a digital turn in art and the problem of entelechy in modern poetry.
Нет, пока не запускаем. Пока нажмите, пожалуйста, стоп.
Could you stop it for a second? I will tell you when to turn it on. I will try to be brief. I understand that all of you are tired, and my report is connected with onto-hermeneutics of the text and of perception. And throughout all presentations, we saw the same subject concerning culture. And I remember a presentation in Dubai, which was based on the figure of absence, the figure of zero. And that's apophatics of our culture, the unrecognizable in it. And we are on the verge of de-ontologization and social entropy. And it is very typical of the younger generation when we analyze different texts with them in our university. These young people very often ask the question, what should we do next? Where would we work? There is this anxiety, this apophatic condition of
Да, как бы
culture, and it's not only theological problem of understanding God through denial of all aspects of its existence. Apophatics is very typical of the Russian perception of the world. It's an arcade of our being and our being in general. When we speak about our art, especially about our texts, we should remember about the dialectic triad: cosmos, psychos, logos. It's the Russian space plus Russian landscape. It's apophatic. And this genius of space influences our traditions and psyche. How can we understand the psyche? That's our folklore, our traditions, our fairy tales, which are a great source of different apophatic memes. We go not knowing where, looking for not knowing what. And Ivan the Prince and Ivan the Fool is the same, and he always looks for something he doesn't know what. And we are also a logo-centric country. We're looking for a national idea, and when I work with foreign students, they study our literature, our culture, and they ask us about our national idea. And I think that our national idea is our literature, our culture, but how can we preserve it in our digital age? And sometimes we and our students think that everything is easy to understand. We can Google up everything. So how can art survive in these conditions, in the conditions of this digital reality? We understand material culture, immaterial culture, we understand nominal, phenomenal, but when they get together, some work of genius can appear. And the digital reality, what kind of reality is that? Is it material or immaterial? Maybe we do not need fast answers to these questions. But how can we work with this digital reality when we discuss the peculiarities of contemporary literature? You cannot see great things when you are very close to them. You can see them only at a distance. But we should work with our young generation, although they are ontologically far from Pushkin, from Yesenin, from Bloch. Maybe they are much closer ontologically to other people. And I would like to show you this reel. This is a song with lyrics written by great Russian poet Dudarev, and the song is performed by Anatoly Shamardin from Utesov ensemble. He wrote the music and he used the lyrics of Dudarev, a great contemporary poet Krasnova, who performs Chestushki, created a video clip to go with this song. Anatoly Shamardin used to be her spouse. Next month, it will be 3 years since the moment he died, so this report is kind of a commemoration of his. And we can see how the visual, how the psychological is connected with verbal and non-verbal, with apophatic, which is present in the text. So we will watch this reel, and then I will try to give you a hermeneutic cultural comment.
Столики дубовые, ближе блинчики из солнца, небо отражается в маленьком окне, и оконце кажется целым небом мне. Небо отражается в маленьком окне, и оконце кажется целым небом мне. И светлые наличники все до одного, но светлее маслица нету ничего. А когда потянется клин, тоска и дым, лавочки дубовые все пересидим. Желтые заборчики, синие оконца, столики дубовые, блинчики из солнца, палочки да прутики, только и всего. Желтые заборчики детства моего, палочки да прутики, только и всего. Желтые заборчики детства моего.
Благодарю вас.
Thank you.
Школярский вопрос, в общем-то, который задаю.
A simple question which I ask my students, what is this text about? Seems to be a very simple question, but on the other hand, this is the damned question of the Russian literature. It's about childhood, about fences, and everything sounds so dear to this person. And Valery Dudarev felt that coming back to his childhood was very important for him. That was an archetypal subtext, and maybe it's about Easter, maybe it's about Shrovetide. Nina Krasnova demonstrated it, that they are at a table. That's the very beginning of the clip. People are eating pancakes, and it is right on the surface. You can take this meaning, and this layer is on the surface, but on the other hand, you can feel that something is strange over here. Any work of art, any text is connected with apathetics, with incomprehensibility. Professor Kozhinov said that poetry unites the worlds, and it goes, its roots go into the incomprehensibility and void of the universe. This year, we celebrated 100th anniversary of Professor Lotman, and his last work is about explosion in culture and about the plurality of options, that the text can go along these lines or along those lines, and the explosion here is the ontological borderline, an ontological border, and it is of yellow color, which is very important for our culture. It's connected not only with solar, archaic, pagan culture, but also connected with mourning, because, for example, yellow sands are connected with graves, and we remember the connotations of yellow color in Dostoevsky's work. So yellow fences is an ontological border on the one hand, but on the other hand, it's an explosion. We do not know what is behind that fence. Maybe that's his home, the home of the parents, and it is always sacral, it is always archetypal. But maybe there is something else. And what's the spatial localization of the hero? Am I behind the house? Am I inside my home and I look through the window? And there was this bright oil, maybe it's the lamp oil near the icon. And this apathetics, this liminality is very important for the creativity of this poet. And no digitalization, no video clip can help us to avoid the intertwining of all these problems. And that is what I try to explain to my students who try to be creators as well. On the one hand, digitalization gives us a lot. We can visit the Louvre, the Hermitage, any museum, we can go to any museum in the world. But on the other hand, there is this desacralization of art. So where's the balance that we should keep when we use digitalization, when we use this digital media? And on the other hand, we should use the classical hermeneutic method. We should understand the hermeneutics of the text. We should preserve this understanding of incomprehensibility with apathetics, and it is connected with entelechy, and it's not just like Aristotle, like psyche of the culture, but also as something very passionate, as codes, as archetypes of culture, which fill the time we live in. And of course, poet in Russia is always intellectual. He or she is coexistent with the earth. We celebrated the jubilee of Marina Tsvetaeva this month. We are going to have a discussion about her, and you can join this discussion. And she wrote about Russian logos. So Russian logos, Russian poetry goes not from the word, but through the word, and it unites the underworld, the present world, and the higher world. What is not, and what will be. So Russian poetry is on the border of several worlds. And when we talk about that, we should remember this metaphysical, this ontological aspect of Russian poetry. So as a counterbalance to digitalization, to industrialization, and other processes which are connected with materiality, with materialism of the humankind, with the search for physical immortality, which started back in the 20th century. But on the other hand, there are other processes, and I speak of them as apathetic processes of incomprehensible in culture, which will catch up with us and which will pay us for our sins. So that's what I wanted to say about Russian poetry. And thank you so much. And I hope that I'm within my time limit. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You are right on time. Are there any questions? Can I make a comment, please? Marina Andreevna, thank you very much. That was wonderful, very interesting. Dear colleagues, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that she is not just a researcher, a scholar, but she is also a creator. So please write her articles and essays in the leading literary journals of Russia, Znamya, Novy Mir, and others, and I'm sure you will like them. Thank you for your invitation to commemorate Marina Tsvetaeva, and I will put this invitation into the chat box here. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, I've got a short question. When speaking about Russian culture, about Russian poetry, about Russian everything, should we be looking for ways to replace foreign words, for example, in academic scholarly presentations? People very often ask this question, and sometimes it's a reproach. No, it's not a reproach. But do you think we should go in this direction or not? I do not think that I can give you a specific answer. On the one hand, I'm for the Russian logos, for the Russian world. But on the other hand, I understand that everything which goes into our logos, into our soil, eventually becomes ours. Russian culture is a culture of universal responsiveness, and we are dissolving, and maybe we will dissolve these words and these notions. They will become Russianized because the Russian national cosmo-psycho logos works like that. Pushkin and Kozhinov and Dostoevsky wrote about this. So I don't think we should be afraid of this. Of course, in an ideal world, we should search for our own equivalence, but we understand that the language, any language, reacts to changes by accepting foreign words, and it's inevitable. And of course, it would be great to find Russian equivalents, but we should not be afraid of that. Russian culture is logocentric. We should not be afraid of this. That's right. It's not a question. It's just a comment. Shishkov, Pushkin, Karamzin spoke about that, and Pushkin said in Yevgeny Onegin that listing a number of words which were not present in the Russian language at the time. Just one short follow-up. Everybody knows the word pilot, but there is also the Russian counterpart летчик, which means the same. So our language is very rich. And we spoke about academic lingo, about terminology, and sometimes maybe for psychological reasons, when you say, for example, death, you have some psychological problems with that. But when you say thanatos, that is somehow a reference to the ancient Greek culture. It's somehow easier to say that word rather than the word death. Any more questions? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, now, according to our program, do we have wisdom? We have a presenter from Iraq. She has just defended her thesis. The only thing is that probably the Russian language requires some further perfection. So both Russian and English are not perfect yet, and we do not know any Arabic. So we'll have a focus on the presentation as such and not on a discussion around it. Mohammed Vijdan Adyan Mohammed, candidate of philology, with the presentation Gogol's prosaic works on the Russian stage. Thank you. Good afternoon. The topic of connection of the Gogol's heritage with the drama and the forms of implementation of his motive is one of the very important areas in the study of his works. The works of Gogol have a very specific theatrical nature that was reflected in his biography. In his youth, he wanted to serve in the theater. His deep interest to theater has found implementation in poetics of his comedies. Comments to his plays in an essay about theater, one-sided view of theater, and generally on one-sidedness, in universal plain nature, gaming nature of his work, and the staging of Gogol's work on stage. Very many playwrights, directors turn. The researchers pay more and more attention to interpretation, screen adaptation of different variants of creativity and transformation of his great stories into another type of text. Right now, practically, on the billboards of practically every Russian theater, there is a play based on Gogol's stories. They are based both on his dramatic and classical plays adaptation and the original plays of modern playwrights or directors' stagings. And the actuality of this topic is related to a great interest to humanitarian science and the problem of interpretation of Gogol's prosaic work. In some areas of philology, this has been done more fundamentally. For instance, in the study of Gogol's motive in the Sadur plays, and nonetheless, in the study of Nikolai Kalidasov, Vasily Shigarev's plays, the authors and directors' texts of the stagings in the Russian theater. Very important in the study of the text as a specific form of understanding Gogol's poetic is wielded with new academic approaches. Modern philology confidently states that interpretation by the directors and playwrights in the theater affect the new principles of research of the Gogol's work. Modern authors and directors, while creating the stage text, disclose the deep meanings in the Gogol's work. And here we have two ways, the merger with the author's world and confrontation with the Gogol's carnival and the modern aesthetics of performance. The translation of epic works in the drama form with the possible staging may be presented in the form of different approaches to the text, such as the author's interpretation of classical text in another form, artistic reinterpretation, or reassessment of the ideas complex, which lies at the basis of the work, creative updating, stage adaptation, or staging of the work, and translation of one literary form in another, and a creative reception. And the choice of a playwright and director of a strategy of interpretation allows to implement not only the author's intention, but also the creative potential of the text, which tends to additional creative reception. Hence, the variety of genre and subtitles in the staging and plays on the billboards. For instance, The old world states or старосветские помещики, according to the genre, is a lyrical fantasy based on the story by Gogol, or tragifarce, or true story which was invented by Gogol and retold by Foma Mikhailovich. Reinterpretation of the lyrical story of the Gogol's works may follow various versions, and the creators found the eschatological or carnival genre, which was done by Kalida or Mirhold Center, existential, like Karbauskas and others, and creators tend to present the meanings of Gogol. The variety of strategies of scenic text is determined by isolatedness of existence of an artist inside the Gogol's image, and even is a reference to autobiographical motives by the actors in the plays by Fedotov or Nikolai Kalida, and vice versa, the existence in the gaming carnival space of the play were short dialogues of the heroes, accompanied by the actors' experiments which are added to the text at the initial stage of creating the director's version. A director, as the text author, takes a principally different position compared to a playwright in a theater who creates the play in collaboration with the director. Director's text leaves place for the collaboration of the artists is reflected in remarks of the place. The range of modern scenic interpretation of mystical texts of Gogol from various cycles, the May Night and the is the most vividly demonstrating the trend of creating a staged version as the basis for post-dramatic meta text. Given the scenic implementation, the mythological poetry of Gogol is combined with individual worlds of the text of new Russian drama of the turn of the 20th and 21st centuries. Actualization or updating of the content of Gogol's story V allows to detect a new in what was produced by the author, new psychological nuances in the images of the heroes as a result of transfer of the Gogol state in the format of a play, Panichka and by Sadur and V by Sigarev. Disclose important for Gogol feelings of vague fear of women, eschatological predictions, the fear of negligence, the confrontation of male and female in the version by Nina Sadur is related to the weakness of the main hero, who shares the mystical perception of the world of Gogol himself. Drama potential of the Gogol story, May Night, is capable of being implemented in a row of staging strategies, and the strict composition allowing to structure the events according to equal acts and scenes, and the emphasizing of a clear image of the author narrator and very expanded remarks which are capable to give pantomimic episodes between the dialogues, and at the same time non-realisticity of the very realistic events and psychological convincingness of fantastic plan. All that all that means that a significant interest of a theater to this story, which has become one of the most demanded texts for experimental stage versions on the Russian stage in the beginning of the 21st century. Existential reading gives way to frankly postmodernistic collages. In the play Gogol, Dikanka, by Levitin, the episode of May 9 appears a part of a meta-text about the mixture of the high and low and its influence on the consciousness of modern mode. The universal theater nature of May night in the modern Russian culture is described by the fact that it was in Moscow puppet theater, where it was intended not only with the people who see, but also to the blind people. The director, Karolina Zernte, in the annotation to the play, it was stated that the participants of theater action are the spectators who are incapable of seeing, but who, owing to tactile and taste perception, the plastics, odors, and sounds, they create their own imaginary play. The experience of modern director's work in staging the opera May Night by Rimsky-Korsakos also expands the understanding of the stylistic capabilities and interpretation of Gogol's motives. It was the May Night that disclosed the capabilities of interpretation of Gogol's prose in post-dramatic theater, where the basis of the action is shifted from the verbal to psychological interaction of heroes into in favor of an alternation of performance gesture and acts. In the staging of May Night by Roman Theodori for Saratov Theater, we may find the similarities with the aesthetics of Robert Wilson Theater. And the motives of Gogol's stories are intervened into the topics of various works. From Merhold's Merhold poetics, the deep meaning of the Gogol's word, the combination of the parts of a stage version is done following the principle of combining and editing the text. The key stages is a parade of heroes from various stories of Gogol. At the same time, we presume the existence of the artist following the principles of post-drama, combining the elements of biomechanics of Merhold and the principle of strangeness of the personage and his reference to the audience following the spirit of Brecht theater. The viewers' comments which fix the story tend to reflect not the feeling and living through the meanings, but the feeling of cascade of effective things. Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо, большое спасибо тогда, Веждан. Вот, сейчас у нас хотел коллега из Рудена сделать небольшое объявление. Алексей Юрьевич, прошу вас.
Да, спасибо, уважаемые коллеги.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Can I put my presentation on? Dear colleagues, I would like to invite you to a workshop, a traditional workshop. We will conduct it for the third time already, and it is to commemorate 130th year since birthday of Marina Tsvetaeva. There will be colleagues from Brazil and our colleagues from Turkey, from the University of Bosporus. We will be happy to see you there. Irina Borisovna We will be happy to see you and your colleagues. And basically, I invite all of you. And I placed it into the chat box. Some of the reports will be published in the journal Philологические науки, which is included into the Web of Science. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. We will see you there. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. And now we have just a second. Right now, we have Professor Denisov from St. Petersburg Conservatory of Rimsky-Korsakov, and he will be speaking about paradoxes of our time in the opera of the 19th century. It would be easier for you to open it. Just a second, they are opening up my presentation. So I have put it on. I will do it myself.
Уважаемые коллеги, добрый вечер.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. The problems of organizing of our time in opera is a complex of issues which is impossible to discuss within 13 minutes, especially when it is 7 p.m. And I would like to discuss the depiction of historical time in opera, but still, this is too broad. I will talk specifically about anachronism, that is the situation when the composer uses means which do not correlate with the time depicted in the opera. For example, the opera is about the 18th century, but the author uses a song which appeared only in the 19th century. It is kind of a curiosity, but we will see that it's possible to discuss such things. And this term is used in philology and linguistics, and it is in philology, it is a word which is typical of certain period of time, but it is placed into a different time. But we should think of two different situations. First, it can be a mistake as a stylistic discrepancy. But on the other hand, it can be means of demonstrating something. And that is what I would like to address. And in the context of everyday life, anachronism is different. And if we can see that the author used anachronism specifically to demonstrate something, we can see it in different operas. I give you several examples in different genres. One of the examples, Tchaikovsky, the 1812, and there are two quotations. Russians are characterized with the Russian anthem, and it was written, the Russian anthem was written later rather than 1812, and the French anthem cannot be used to characterize the French because Napoleon disliked that anthem, but the audience at the time of Tchaikovsky disregarded that. Only one critic criticized Tchaikovsky for that. But there are several issues connected with anachronism, and I would like to talk about the reasons why anachronisms are used. The second is typology, and the third will be a summary. As for why they appear, first of all, it can be a mistake. For example, Saint-Saëns, when working at the opera Henry VIII, searched in different sources, and he used the Jolly Miller, and it appeared much later. But he used it, and here it is. There is this melody, and it was very popular. The other example is that the author does not think it is important that this is anachronism. For example, Jonsier in the opera Dimitri uses romance, although the opera is placed in the 17th century, but he did not care. It was of no importance for him. What was important for him is that it depicted Russia, and the French audience did not care either about this anachronism. The third reason, anachronism as a specific method. And there are classical examples. For example, the Queen of Spades by Tchaikovsky. We know that the Countess could not have possibly heard this song. Why did Tchaikovsky use that song? But for Tchaikovsky, the song was important because of the text, because of the lyrics. And here we have a terrible parallelism, horror of parallelism, because the Countess lives through the same feelings she lived through 60 years ago. So the text of this song was very important for Tchaikovsky. And he said that the singer should have proper French pronunciation. And this song, the lyrics of the song, should be included into the libretto. Tchaikovsky could have used something relevant for the younger age of the Countess, but he decided not to do so. The second part, typology. What types of anachronism we can have? It can be, for example, a song of the 19th century to characterize the 18th century, and it can be vice versa. There can be different forms of depicting action in the musical theater. This is the text of libretto, references to specific historical facts or phenomena or specific words, stylistical means. But I'm more interested in the music. And here we have different methods. It can be a quotation and it can be stylization. So the precision would be different. The first one is when you cannot possibly localize, specify the specific year. For example, Strauss used waltz, which did not exist at that time as a genre. And there can be stylistic usage. For example, Wagner used organ in Lohengrin, and it could not possibly have existed in the 10th century. You can see it from Lohengrin. It is specified where organ should sound. Then there is a situation when the author gives a quotation, and for example, Protestant song cannot have sound in Schumann's work because the work was located temporally in Middle Ages. And here is this chorus. We should separate situations when the music is included into the context of actions. For example, the song is performed by the characters or the dance is performed by the characters. Here, the anachronism is obvious, but there can be a more complicated situation when the anachronism is not connected directly with the action, but sounds as a background, as a comment. So the character does not sing the words. And in this case, anachronism is not about the time of the action, but it's kind of the inner voice of the author. It's kind of an aside. It's outside of the stage. For example, in Strauss' opera Morose's dreams of a quiet life. And the problem is that these quotes appeared much later rather than the time the opera was placed in. And it is very important because this opera is kind of a parody, kind of a grotesque. So these anachronisms represent the voice of the author. Then Berg, and the opera is the first decades of the 19th century, but includes quotes from the opera which appeared much later. And the last example, again, the Queen of Spades, when German goes to the barracks, before the appearance of the Countess' spirit, he hears earmorse. But at that time, in the 19th century, they did not exist. But we understand that the location of opera is, yes, within a specific historical period, but the major character, German, is from another age, and that is shown by this anachronism. The next slide, please. So, dear colleagues, I can give you brief conclusions, how they appear in different historical and stylistic contexts. Anachronism became prominent in the musical theater in the 19th, in the 20th century. Of course, it happened earlier as well, but the audience of the 17th and 18th century were not concerned that ancient gods and goddesses performed dances which were popular at the current time. And in the 19th century, the problem of depicting local became very important. In 18th century, there was no problem like that. But in the 19th century, the reviewers became very critical of the historical depiction, of the inaccuracies in the historical depiction. And composers very seldom made mistakes about the locality, made more mistakes about time. And this problem, which I've just touched upon, demonstrates that anachronism can be used as a very interesting method which can lead to multimodality, many layers in the chronotop, and can demonstrate the position of the author or the thoughts of the hero. And it can be very important for the audience as well. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for very good report and for being brief. Could you please talk into the mic?
У меня очень короткий такой вопрос. Как вы думаете?
I've got a brief question. Such anachronisms, in your opinion, can they be connected to the desire of the author to work with the associations of the public, associations of the audience? So, for example, the author thinks that the audience may expect something. Yes, I would say so. When Meyerbeer was characterizing French Huguenots, he used German chorus, which could not have possibly been sung by the French Huguenots. And Meyerbeer knew that. He studied the psalm book of Marot, and he knew that perfectly well. But why did he do that? Because the French audience knew that chorus very well, and the French press usually called it the Lutheran chorus or just chorus. And when this opera was staged in Austria, they tried to stage it in Austria. It led to the fact that the Empress of Austria prohibited performing that because the attitude of the public was completely different. That hymn was sacred, but Catholic Paris was much careless about that. And Marseillaise in Schumann's work was also a provocation. Yes, it was a provocation because it was prohibited in Vienna at that time. And one of the reviewers wrote that revolution is possible in Vienna, but everybody understands that it's a parody. But yes, you can hear that quotation. I also have a brief question. It was very brief, but very interesting. But I've got this question. Do you think that nowadays we do not have this issue of anachronism because the director who stages the opera can see something very differently? So, for example, you can stage Carmen in Odessa of 1920s. Yes, you can. Yes, you can put it into Bordello, and the Swan Lake can be put into a completely different stage. So it gets rid of the role of composer. Yes, the role of director is a completely different thing, but I was speaking about the role of the author, of the creator of the music. But I can comment upon that. I think that both directors and the audience are tired already. We need something authentic, something beautiful, not necessarily Baroque, but all these digital things, bare walls, I don't think people need that. And sometimes these stagings are very original, but I think it's kind of a stage we overcame. We should go further and come back to more decorative.
Ну, я уже это...
Коллеги, мы говорим исключительно в микрофон.
We should speak only into the microphone. Please use the microphone. You're absolutely right. Yet, we still see anachronisms in the Bolshoi, for example. St. Petersburg is more protected in this respect because Mariinsky Theater stages operas in historical settings, but in Bolshoi, in, for example, Sadko, they stage Verdi in the same way. Yes, but it's a different issue. We cannot discuss, but for example, in the drama theater and Hamlet goes for 1 hour and 15 minutes, and there are people with Alsatian dogs, and the monologue of Hamlet lasts for several minutes. It's not an anachronism, that's an adaptation, just like in modern audiobooks. There is, for example, Leo Tolstoy within 15 minutes, and they use the formula faster, simpler, in a more comfortable way. But it's a different thing. And there are sometimes racial anachronisms. Yes, there are different issues. Are there any questions? Well then, thank you.
Thank you. So, we have only 2 presentations in today's panel. And now we have Valeria. Long distance. Valeria Fedorova, are you with us? Good afternoon. I've seen you, Valeria. Don't hide, please. Okay. Okay, while we are trying to find Valeria, and then Simeonova, please, non-commercial partnership Theater X with a presentation. Clown as a sign of gaming self-negation. Thanks a lot, dear colleagues. Well, I can without the presentation if we don't have it. You seem to have found it.
Нет, презентация вот отдельно. Листать.
Вот, нажимаем.
Спасибо.
Okay, thank you.
Тема моего доклада
And the topic of my presentation today, it's at the merge of different research disciplines. But the more interesting it is, I am do not pretend that I will answer all the questions that I formulated for myself, but I see in this topic, in fact, a number of very deep questions, which on the one hand are very specialized and probably they will be interesting only to the people who are professionals in this art of clown's presentation. And in a wider worldview sense, I believe that in the basis of this opposition, even though there is no real opposition, there is a deep reflection of a very specific quality in order to see the discrepancies and differences between an artistic image and the sign of game in self-denial or life in self-divine. We must see two levels of self-reflection. And these levels of reflection is something that is interesting for me to think about. I believe that this thinking about understanding of serious and non-serious, the base levels of consciousness permeates our whole space, subjective and objective. And therefore, trying to understand it is a great pleasure if we do not set ourselves a very rigid task to reach a particular result. Therefore, my focus of attention is in fact the following problem, the problem which is not seen on the surface and only to the people who specialize in art, particularly the performance arts. They understand everything about clown. A clown, if we are talking about Latin etymology, you see that it is someone at whom we are constantly laughing. And this is so traditional, a truism that everyone is accustomed to it and believes it and do not even tries to start a discussion on that. And this is not bad, because in the process of my presentation, I will try to get back to this etymology from a somewhat different side. My task is to demonstrate that the artistic representation of a clown closes lots of channels which are open to us by the view of clown as our potential. And this is true not only about clowns, but about various areas, psychological areas, for instance. Therefore, the hypothesis of the study is built on several paradoxes, of which, to my mind, are very productive. The first paradox is that the clown play is a meta level from which a person sees voluntarily regressing to the early stages of development is not always manifested in professional area. We do not see that professional level of meta reflection, which should be present there according to our expectations. The second paradox, on the contrary, we see that self-denial, which is excessively present in different societies and subcultures, and it coexists in child culture and in any friendly environment. This sign of self-denial, gaming self-denial, provocative behavior, which does not mean at all that it will be transformed in a certain stage of professional self-denial, which we see in great comics. It means that not all great comics are clowns. In the understanding, the sign of self-denial that I'm going to talk about later, referring to all theories, which I believe are the most productive in the general understanding of the nature of this phenomenon. And the third paradox is related with the result of this overlaying of this truism. We know that in art studies, traditionally understood, what I mean by traditionality, that we take for granted somebody else's opinion and it goes on, and as a result, we see a person at whom we should love for some reason. It doesn't matter whether it's a mythological personage or someone, that's a personage that makes us laugh, and we voluntarily laugh at this person. And this proposition, this situation, I do not quite understand that. Because looking at the modern literature, which is dedicated to the nature, genesis of laughter and humor and serious studies of clown play, we may say that this phenomenon is related with two entirely different roots. And between the image of clown play as an artistic image and the sign of laughing self-denial, there's a huge gap. And my hypothesis is also based on the fact that the most productively we may study this phenomenon as an anthropology of laughter, and the foundation for which was made by Alexander Kozintsev. And I believe that his interdisciplinary approach, in addition to his use of ontological approaches, knowledge of foreign studies, the literature has accumulated lots of most valuable knowledge and about the laughing behavior in the animals, in primates, which we inherited to some degree. And now it becomes more and more difficult because scientific facts tells us that this atavism is to the most extent, to the greatest extent, relates us to the animals and allows us to reduce the artistic image of a clown to this metaphysical meta reflection. And Kozintsev study, my presentation is somewhat different from what I'm telling. So sometimes I will read, but I will add some things. Why I make a point to emphasize Kozintsev theory. His interdisciplinary theory of laughter and humor and the approach to humor, because the very theory of Kozintsev sums up those data about etymological roots, which goes back to pre-human past. And he looks at it from several sides, from Bakhtin's position. The parody is based on the Russian parodies. Also, he, in the context of humor and non-verbal segment, very important segment, most important probably aspect of humor, considers manifestation. This is not the focus of his research attention. This is some indirect interest. He touches upon that, but he gives very important, very valuable comments on clown pay, balagan, farce. What is the basis of clown pay? Is the gaming negativism, is the gaming aggression, which, by the way, is something that professional clowns aspire to, reaching that state of aggression. Not all of them are capable of reaching it at the level of art. This direct state of self-denial, this is the most complicated point, and probably this is a dead end, because their ethology opposes this forcing the humoristic nature, because humor, even early, even before that, today there are certain dissertations where debate, and Christopher Molyneux has debated a thesis where he proves a hypothesis about pre-linguistic development of humor. He says that humor developed earlier and provoked the formation of a language in humans. He explains it. Therefore, those semantic structures, constructs, which are very popular in European studies of humor, who study semantic aspects, linguistic aspects. Today's science, today's research is gradually shifted to pre-verbal, non-linguistic, because we have another version inside the very notion, very concept of clown pay, and this opposition is totally unnoticed to a wider group of researchers who focus specifically and narrow down on humor and irony, and that position we may find in the clown play. If we try to develop those concepts by Kosintsov, for instance, humor as a world of third reference, when he tries to introduce anti-linguistic aspect. And we believe that the whole of Soviet aesthetics was that laughter is a weapon against something. This is not present. No one tries to punish or execute anyone. In humor, in laughter, there is no outside object. And this whole reception, which was presented by Kosintsov, there are lots of followers and lots of reviews of his book, which was published in 2007, Man and Laughter, where he mentions this global cross-section. I believe that this was a very innovative approach in our country because he gives this knowledge at the merger of different disciplines, and he analyzed it all and formulated the concept. His most revolutionary idea is that humor does not have an outside object. Before that, Jean-Paul, who was a pioneer of subjective view, he said that it was most objective vision of the world. We are always narrowing down by the subject outside our vision. And this is very clearly formulated and makes even clearer what is a humoristic attitude. That's an attitude to my world. Therefore, this is a mask, clown's mask. And what is the difference between the actor's amplitude and the clown's mask? They are absolutely opposite things. And again, looking at Kosintsev's theory, with which he substantiates it, he tells us that if we look at a person in his native and individual at the two levels, if we assume a certain position and if we are capable of reflection in our development, then we will see two different personalities and the objects of our attitude would be different. Therefore, a clown, the notion which is not applicable here, intuitively feels this nature, and it is very difficult to make it by an act of will. And one of the greatest clowns is Vyacheslav Polunin. And it was not for nothing that he received the greatest prizes in that, because in his clown play, there is this meta reflection, humoristic, where the mask of clown grows older, matures, and it does not represent the self-denial, but in his play, it developed into professional meta reflection. And these masks, tests, and sounds, some aspects of personality, non-clown personality, and they're the points of growth, some jumps when this mask allows yourself to split and see yourself at different stages. Therefore, the mask and the personality of a clown are two representations, two translators of different stages of one and the same personality. This is very surprising, not in any actor's craftsmanship, not in any actor's character. This is formulated as a task. Therefore, an artistic image in theater art does not formulate the task, even in comic art, even in comedies. And a very interesting paper was defended in Budapest in 2016 with another proof that there were some very interesting and true ideas which are caught up and followed by different anthropologists, historians at the same time, and the researchers approach from different sides, and I will mention several other works, This is a wonder that we have this dissertation was defended, the dissertation by Bassoni, thesis on philosophy, and the task was decarnivalization of the clown in 3 of his dramas. And it is based on Bakhtin and his theories, and he quotes the works by Johann Ritter, forgotten work. Very many people do not know it about laughter. There was nothing revolutionary, but it was very, very close to modern studies of laughter, understanding that this is some different world. Many people talk about the different world of the clown, and probably only Alexander Grigorievich, who offers this working concept, and he offers it for humor, the world of third reference. What is the essence? That it is not for nothing that young children have some threshold of sensitivity, who understand it's difficult to be a clown when the people wear a costume of clown. This phenomenon has been explained because a child does not need a clown from the outside. There is a wonderful work which was written in 2013. The name of the article is the Clown Babies. This is not just a purely theoretical work. It was tested on parents and 8-month-old babies, where the task of the study was to test which known, for instance, manifestation of grown-up clown play is perceived. But the main conclusion is that there is nothing from the grown-ups ironic aspect. A child does not look for it. A child, a baby, only tries to expand its own palette of capabilities at which the grown-ups would laugh. Roughly speaking, a baby already looking for this potential in himself or herself in the very first months of the life. And ethologists and psychologists come to the same conclusion, anthropologists, why we need to study this subject. What may it give us, for instance, to the people who try to connect this life professionally with the clown plays? It will help to redirect the accent of one's will into the into the right direction, and not try to do some false efforts and to tame humor or laughter is ungrateful occupation, because humor is a meta reflection. It is a resource which is inside us, and therefore I do not believe that the evolutionary theory of humor may help in that. Moreover, when practitioners are trying to do that, but at least to wake up some creative potential, they're quite capable of. And now I am going to mention one more point to which I wanted to draw your attention. And this is again Alexander Kozintsov, who as different from many researchers, goes away from the customary listing, and he starts his book with a quote in Aristotle. And he says, and I believe this is a key to understanding humor, he suggests to see in this quotation by Aristotle not the fact that you are copying some bad people. The author, unseen by us author, copies it. So the communism of the authorship, what we do not see, what Bakhtin wrote when he spoke about humor. But he did not develop this idea, and we do not see the narrator which hides somewhere behind the text. And I will wind up my presentation that here we have the greatest difficulty. While we understand everything about humor, it may lie outside the limits of speech construct. It may be visual or non-visual. When we are talking about clowns, and we use that this is a physical object. Even it is the essence that has some human features, some human traits. And here the threshold of sensitivity is a little bit higher because we feel the falsity at this level. Therefore, probably today, this interdisciplinary approach, interdisciplinary study of humor and the theater nature of clowns or gaming nature of clowns may be found in these works dedicated to analysis of humor. That's my preliminary conclusion. That's about it. Thank you.
Пожалуйста, в микрофон, Ольга Станна. Да, Антон Борисович, спасибо за...
У меня такой...
I have some phrase to which I try to find an answer. I wanted to say that the clown play, the clowns, it's not the humor that goes back to the centuries. It's a circus art.
Если на камеру, лучше присесть вот в это кресло. Вот прямо, да. А может быть так? Спасибо, спасибо. Так, так.
Это все-таки определенная цирковая.
And this is some part of the circus which started not from humor, but from mutual abuses to strike. One clown would strike another and people would start laughing at that. And more than not laughter culture, I do not know whether there is a definition of it. The culture of the horrible in the present world, this aspect goes back. Even the clown play has become more artistic and even philosophical. But in mass culture, it goes back again to this aspect of very rough in YouTube and other, when the clowns become terrible and scary. We have already movies about scary clowns. So the nature of clown play is probably not so much in humor, but in this culture of the terrible. Is there a connection between those two worlds? Thanks a lot for your question. I would disagree with you because the idea of my presentation was that the clown play, the art of the clowns, is something very easily manipulated, and it is very tempting for artistic interpretation, connotations, or something, because one can do anything they like with a clown, fill this form with any content. But we must say that the situation is the same with regard to the laughter. Therefore, the nature of laughter in a clown play is the essence of this phenomenon. But if you remember the film Dictator by Chaplin, I believe, and it's not only my opinion, Kozintsev also believed that this film is the greatest failure by Chaplin, because he tried to move outside the limits of the possible in a comic genre and assume the functions which should not be performed by the comic. There is no ideology in the comical airs and clown play. I have missed another one very interesting study, but I must emphasize that the laughter does not have a task to abuse someone, to educate something, to correct something. This is a play of friendliness and gaming negativism, gaming bite. That laughter is showing teeth, that remain. But this is a game. This is not scary. And this is something that many interpreters do not notice in the clown plays. But the essence of that is not in that. Remember the film Clown by Fellini, where they hit each other, and you may understand everything about it. This is a work of genius, and we may interpret it in any way we like. We may interpret it as terrible, but it has nothing to do with its essence. Thank you. Frankly speaking, with my greatest respect to Kozintsev, I would not agree about his assessment or dictator by Chatlin, but we are not going to discuss it now because we are running out of time. Thank you for that very interesting presentation. And in less than a month, one girl should defend thesis. Thank you. One more question. No, very short question. I understand that probably everybody hates me. I continue this festival. Very briefly. What do you think? Is there a parallel between clownfish and the Russian phenomenon of Holy Fools? Again, it's laughter, but there are nuances. I will not be able to give a quick answer. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I see that Valeria is with us.
Okay,
right now we are very pressed for time. So please be very brief. Summarize your presentation. You've got 10 minutes, maybe 12 minutes, but 10 would be better. I'm sorry I have not introduced you. That is my bad.
Министр госбезопасности Абакумов в известном
As
произведении.
Minister Abakumov would have said in the work of Solzhenitsyn. So here is Valeria Fedorova, head of the literary department, the Saratov Academic Theatre for Young Spectators, postgraduate student of Saratov State University, and her presentation is Shakespearean allusions in modern documentaries. The global scale of Shakespeare's effect and allusions connected with his works and quotations of his works can be found everywhere in contemporary postmodern novels, in movies, in all different texts. And there are lots of documentaries about Shakespeare himself. So it was very interesting to find Shakespearean allusions in documentaries not about Shakespeare. Usually they use specific facts and they are connected with the world of the author. There have been several documentaries shot recently and they appeal to Shakespearean works. So I would like to describe them. And these allusions can be used on different levels. By way of an example, I take Casablanca, King Lear. Shakespeare in Casablanca was shot in 2016. This is the largest city of Morocco. And there is a troupe of local actors try to make an impossible. They try to perform Shakespeare in the streets, and they choose Midsummer Night. And the language is very interesting because the movie itself is an adaptation on several layers. First, they had to translate this play from English into some local dialect of Arabic, which is called Darija. And it is the language of elderly people. So they have to adapt it to the culture of young people. And during the staging of this play, it turned out that the language lacks notions and words which were typical of Shakespeare. So basically, the director and the actors had to recreate Shakespeare, and the story is broken into three parts: beginning of the summer, midsummer, and the late summer. And they try to go from the text of Shakespeare to the realities of the contemporary Moroccan town. The question they are going to ask different people how they would react to this story when parents prohibit them to get married and they try to escape from their parents into the forest. So there is an argument between the curious bystanders and the actors in the streets of Casablanca. So the play of Shakespeare is recreated in the contemporary setting. In one of the scenes, a man disagrees that a forest is chosen as a place of escape. He says that the characters should go to the beach or to the sea. Then the other passerby says that the heroes should be more consistent, more persuasive. So this passerby gets so much involved into this performance that he forgets about himself and he replaces the names of the characters with the names of his own friends. And the actors also keep asking what love is, and they speak with the dwellers of the local slums. They try to learn which words can describe love. And as a result, we can understand that it's very difficult for Moroccans to speak about love because they have to switch into French, as there are very few words connected with love in their own dialect. So eventually, the play is staged in an empty temple, and the audience is walking around. They do not have seats. The operator tries to shoot the faces, to shoot the close-ups of people who try to listen to the text, which is incomprehensible for Moroccans. And it's very difficult to draw lines in this documentary between the play, between the actors, and between the bystanders, between the passers-by, and whether they understand the play of Shakespeare or they write a completely different play based on Shakespeare. The director wants to pay tribute of respect to the English playwright. So the whole project, which is connected with interrelations between locals, becomes much deeper. It breaks the walls, it breaks the barriers between the stage and the audience, between the imagination and reality. And just like in Shakespeare, gods observe the work of the magical elixir, and everybody becomes the victim of this change in the feelings. Different allusions take place in the film made by Denis Klebleev in 2012 that is called King Lear. And it's a story about an actor who is obsessed with playing King Lear, and he wants to become King Lear not only on stage, but he would like to become King Lear in real life. So Victor, the hero, tries to persuade everyone to accept him as King Lear. He even buys a gravesite and erects a tomb which says that King Lear is buried here. So he tries to prove throughout the movie that this tomb is not fortuitous, and the director of the movie leaves it to the spectators to see whether he was a madman or he was a reincarnation of King Lear, or he is a trickster who tries to play something, who would like to make a performance. And this world, whether this world of the actor is created by Shakespeare or the reality is reflected by his conscience. So whether he acts or he lives this role. And this question is left unanswered. This Russian King Lear tries to build his life exactly according to the Shakespearean play. He compares his son to Edmund and his wife and his daughter to the characters in Shakespeare. He only lacks Cordelia. He lacks this human warmth, and an attempt to find Cordelia is the major idea of the whole movie. And the last movie is The Chronicles of Mercury, was filmed in 2019, and allusions to Shakespeare are less obvious. So the plot is that there is a small town in California. It used to be a mining town. They used to mine gold over there, but back in 1972, because of the terrible level of pollution, it was closed down. Now it's a ghost town, and there are only two people living there, brother and sister. They're quite elderly. They moved to this city to find some salvation from the pressure of the outer world, and they try to find themselves in this peace and quiet of the ghost town. And they live close to nature. They go through open spaces. They look for minerals. They play with their dogs. And it is very important because their dogs are named after the characters of Shakespeare. So there is a dog named Hamlet, there is Othello, there is Ophelia, and it gives some sacral meaning to the movie. So they try to escape the real world, to lock themselves in the world where their major partners in the debates on art and culture and their major interlocutors are dogs. And the dogs kind of embody the eternal characters of Shakespeare and world literature. And it proves the fact that a human being can find answers only addressing art, only addressing the things developed in art for many centuries. So trying to escape the reality, the characters try to embody the Shakespearean theater where the possibility to play the game or break the rules of the game, they can understand the order of the world. Thus, we can see that all these three movies are connected with the creative works of Shakespeare when trying to find answers to the questions put by the characters or by the directors, but first of all by the characters who tried to use Shakespearean characters. They try to understand that their own role in the world. They try to find their own place and feeling in the world by making parallels between their own biography and the texts of the great English playwright. That is all. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Do you have questions?
Спасибо, Валерия.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Valeria. So the work of our panel is over. We spoke about aesthetics and psychology of perception of works of art. One of our participants may join us some other day, and I await you at other sittings. We have media management of the society over here, and we have a panel on libraries. And Professor Dudarev promised to join us. It's going to be here in this hall. There will be two different panels, and there will be a panel on criteria of expertise. Starts at 10, and then we will have a round table talks about the expertise on charity. And thank you much for your attention. Thank you.